Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Glad to have you here as we get into the UFO world tonight from Michigan. UFO Sightings and Paranormal Encounters podcast. Wayne and Michelle are here. It's their second visit to this show. We're going to have a fun time tonight. Best part about tonight, we have each and every one of you starting off with Race Fan in the gold medal position, Kitty Caddywhack with a silver, and Marty Burback with a bronze medal tonight. Special announcement to a new listener. Mama Catherine's granddaughter, Ava. Hi, Ava. Hope you're having a great night. My boy's sitting right here. He's waving hi to you, too. Hope you enjoy tonight's show, Ava. We're going to get real weird tonight. Really, really weird. I hope you enjoy it. Tim Mothman and his goatee. How you doing? Robert Lamoth, nice to see you. Attorney at large Michael Morris is here. Michael Morris will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Moving on, we got Luscious Jewels, Road Flare, Light Walkers, Frankie B, Diane Boss. Welcome to SOR Chat. Deborah Rooney is here. Deborah Rooney will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. Michelle Tackett-Braden, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for joining us. Mel WD-40 is here, lubing us up for tonight's show, because you always want to go into a show nice and smooth. You don't want that rigidness. It's never comfortable when it's rigid and dry. That's why we need a nice, smooth, lubed-up show. Thank you, Mel, for taking care of that. Scrolling on down, up next, we say hello to Cosmic Joe, Nick Adkins, Mama Catherine. Mwah! I love you, my dear. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful night. That was a good wave. Good wave. All right, Millennium, my man. Nice to see you. Little Timmy James is here. Little Timmy James sitting at home tonight eating a bag of Cheetos. Dragonfly, good to see you. I'm sure little Timmy James is like, I'm not going hunting with you tomorrow. No, I'm not. Nicole Sackich, this is the reason why I could not call you back a little bit earlier. Me and the boy were hanging out, having a good time. So I know you'll forgive me for that one. All right, moving on here. Who's next? Cielo Azul, Deanna Ann, nice to see you. Necessary Dialogue, Conversations with Spirit, welcome to SOR Chat. Pam Harris, nice to see you. Hello there, Pony Pong. Karen in the Woo Train, Jeremy Jones, Cypher 1975. Welcome to SOR Chat. Human Carl is here, a great veteran of the United States Air Force. Thank you for your service, Human Carl. We love you. In the studio, Y2K, Christine Lynn, nice to see you. Cat Chaser has returned. Wow. Number 17 in your program, starting on left wing from Stockholm, Sweden. Lars Jansson. There he is. All right. Who else do we have? Lenda, nice to see you. Jeffrey DeRuin, good to have you back. Cat Chaser, thank you for kicking off the super chat tonight. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis, so thank you very much. SJ, good to see you. Walter Kochabinski, nice to have you here. Blue Cruz, Area 53, thank you for that awesome super chat, my man. Really appreciate your love and support of Spaced Out Radio. Moving on, let us say hello to Digger Dog, Operation Shutdown, Alex Sanchez, Hillbilly Herb, Super Crazy, Joanne, nice to see you all. Purple-haired Pixie Lara, thank you for that lovely super chat. Always appreciate your love and support of SOR. John Lundy, welcome to SOR chat. Moving on, Fast Hemi. Algaray over on Twitch bought 421 televisions this morning on Black Friday, beating the living shit out of everybody out there. The way Black Friday is supposed to be. Thank you, Algaray, for living my dream right now. Here we go. Let's start the radio side. Hello and welcome to the radio and podcast side of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. We have Wayne, we have Michelle from the Michigan UFO podcast. We're going to get to them momentarily. We are in roll call right now, saying hello to our great listeners on YouTube, Jessica S., Matthew Goodka, Luscious Jules, Ozzy Ange, Bombshell Bomber. Good to see you all. Thank you there, Deborah Rooney, for that lovely super chat, and very much appreciate your love as we get ready to get this show going. Do me a favor, everybody. Throw those horns up. Let's rock. The mountains of Central British Columbia, listening around the world. This, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on every major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. You can follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a power show of UFO and paranormal talk coming out of the state of Michigan tonight. Wayne and Michelle are going to be here momentarily. Then in hour number 3, we got a great story from Swamp Dweller. Follow that up. Lee Strauss is going to be here. Yes, extra small Lee Strauss will be here hanging on out for the Crypted Report, which will probably talk UFOs. But we're going to call it the Crypted Report tonight. That's what we do around here. No BS in the audience. Wayne and Michelle are the hosts and creators of the Michigan UFO Sightings and Paranormal Encounters podcast. They find it to be a place there you can explore the unexplained and mysterious phenomena that has occurred throughout the state of Michigan and beyond. From UFO sightings to ghostly encounters, they delve into everything. They broadcast it right out to the world. And because they are focused on the state of Michigan, their audience keeps growing and growing and growing, and so on, and so on, and so on. Let's bring them right on. Let's just get to the conversation, because I love these guys. Wayne and Michelle, it's been a while since we had you on Spaced Out Radio. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Doing very well here as well, man. And it's been a pleasure to have you guys come back on the show. For people who may not be familiar, Wayne, with your podcast and what you guys do, fill us in.
Yeah, so Michelle and I basically started a podcast, and it was just an audio podcast back in 2021. In 2018, Michelle and I had an encounter with one of those huge flying black triangles, and it was kind of hovering over the road, and we went kind of underneath it. I received a message from it that said, "You don't belong here, get away." Ended up with some medical problems. So that kind of kick-started everything, because I am a science teacher by trade, and earth and space science is kind of my thing. And that did not make any sense. And there's a lot of details I'm leaving out there. But yeah, so never a big believer in UFO, or even with the weird paranormal stuff I've ever had happen to me in the past. I never really thought of it much. So we ended up starting a Facebook group a few days later, and we just asked people if they had seen the same thing that we had. Well, now, as of today, that Facebook group has grown to 7,300 people from around the world.
Good
And
for you.
send us a lot of material, videos, pictures, stories, and it really kind of blew our minds. And I would say after about 2 years of starting that Facebook group, we were sitting around talking one day, and we're like, maybe we should start talking to people and do like a little podcast. And now here we are. And Dave, by the way, it's been 3 years since we were on your show. And since you were on our show, and man, have things changed quite a bit.
Oh,
So,
tell me about it. Tell me about it. You know, everything just seems so much more fast in the UFO world now.
yeah,
You ever notice that? Like, we are about to celebrate our 10th anniversary. And
congrats.
I can't believe we're 10 years of when. I had a guest on about a month ago. I hadn't had them on in 7 years. I'm like, you were just on last year. They're like, Dave, it was 7 years ago. Where did the time go? Where did it go? I mean, I thought you guys were just on like a year and a half ago. That's crazy.
Nope.
Crazy.
And I was shocked to get the reach out, from you guys. Figuring, you guys are booking along. We do a weekly show every Sunday night now, live stream at 8 p.m. Eastern. And you guys are over here killing it every day. So, you guys are doing awesome. Love it.
Well, we do our best. We do our best. And, it's these darn radio stations that just drive us, get going. We need more. We need more. Okay.
Sure.
We'll deliver. We'll deliver. What the hell? There's always a story out there. And I'm sure, Michelle, that's what you have learned through this entire process, is there are so many untold stories of UFOs, paranormal, cryptid encounters that just don't get the publicity because, it's not an easy subject for a lot of people to talk about, Michelle.
No, and I think a lot of people, especially in Michigan, we get a lot of stories and videos that align with Starlink too. So when we get those, people are wondering, well, what is this, line of lights? And it's just instantly, it's like, it's Starlink, Elon Musk. I'm like, it's in the news, guys. So unfortunately, not everybody is in tune with those.
It's amazing, though, that if you look over what's happened in the last couple of years, Wayne, with the UFO story, it's amazing how this has really taken off. I mean, from going from black triangles and flying saucers to now everybody can't get enough of these orbs that look like drones. And we're trying to figure out what the government knows about all of this. What do you think of the way ufology has shifted, especially in the last couple of years?
Well, looking at it and having talked to and had people on our guests that were part of Space Force, a lieutenant colonel in Space Force, it seems the government, no matter how hard they try to tell us that they have not been involved in any of this stuff and not doing any research and you name it, right? They deny everything. But yet they are now coming out and saying, well, 70 years ago, we had this program. And then we had this program. And then there's this program. And now the latest is, Immaculate Constellation. I guess, I'm not supposed to say that. If I say that too many times, I go on a list. I really don't care. I live in the shadow of Detroit. I'm on a list somewhere anyways. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I think the government now is starting to understand the power of social media, the internet, the reach that it has. And right now I'm at the point where I'm thinking they're trying to get in there to control the narrative, and don't look too far back. You know, don't worry about Project Blue Book and the Condent Report. No. No, we've been looking, guys, and everything's okay. We've got this. But all they talk to is military personnel and their reports, and that's only within the last 10, 15, 20 years.
Well, let's get into that, because I think one of the big insults to the UFO community is how this has become a military issue. It's not a Wayne and Michelle issue. It's not a Dave issue. It's not our audience issues who see UFOs or seen UFO landings or have encounters with aliens. It's all about the giant military threat that the one-eyed, one-horned flying purple people eater is going to come eat us up from, some far out planet. I mean, can we get a little bit more dramatic with this subject from a governmental point of view?
Well, they're looking for the money. I mean, it can be just another program. And we know that once a government gets their claws into something and they create a program out of it, they never end that program. Once the government has found that they can tap their citizens for an unending stream of money, they'll never stop a program. They'll just change the name. And so the more hype and the more freaked out you can have people be, the more they're going to, it's national threat, it's pilot safety, yada, yada. Yet we have no evidence of anything ever crashing into another aircraft, a flight of or risk of flight type of thing. Sure, it's there, but you're using it to justify Arrow, which used to be ATIP, which used to be the other one. And that's kind of what makes me wonder, are they just opportunists while the rest of us, the normal citizens, people, we're dealing with things and seeing things and videoing things and taking pictures that we can't describe. And there's really not a lot of people to talk to about it. So I don't know, Michelle, did you want to jump in on that?
I think back, even long after Blue Book with Hynek, back in, somebody had put in chat about Space Force. Wasn't it during the Reagan days that Space Force came about?
Well, that was SDI. Yeah, but Space Force is pretty old. I mean, it's not anything real new. They just broke off of a part of the Air Force, really kind of zeroed in on their mission.
No, I think it was easier for them to, I don't want to say demoralize, but us common folk, when we would come about with, sightings or stories, it was easier to poke fun at us being more, think of the media and the movies, what they used to do with anyone who saw a UFO. It was always the guy with the hat, the wife beater, and a beer. And standing in the middle of a trailer park saying that he saw a UFO.
And in the background, what was the music you heard? The X-Files.
Yep.
Every time without miss.
Or Doctor Who.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just find it a little bit interesting, as we see this narrative playing out, that all of a sudden, almost if it's not every day, it's every second to third day, we're getting new videos, new everything of these orbs that are flying over military bases. I don't get it. I think it's funny. As I said on my Dave 101, I said, if you are an insurgent country who hates the United States, are you really going to keep lights on your drone flying it over a military base? Number one. Number two, the technology already exists to bring these down without firing a bullet. Why haven't they brought any down? So we have lights and we have nobody shooting these down over sensitive military areas. To me, that's fishy, because these things are not moving at the speed of UFOs.
Right.
They're moving at the speed of drones. So that tells me one thing, that I strongly believe, my opinion only, that we're not dealing with anything that's non-human or non-European or Asian. I think it's American technology trying to test out, since drone warfare has become ever popular thanks to Russia, Ukraine, that they are testing out to see how far they can get a drone in before it's noticed. What's your thoughts, guys?
Yeah, I would say as of recently, as recent times, the last 5-10 years, I would say that's probably true. Especially the US government, there's not been any shortage of stories where the US government has done things to its own citizens and its own military personnel as well. All right. So, you want to go back to MK Ultra, the spraying of, drugs over a city, the Tuskegee Airmen, you name it. But I would say that the drone warfare and the testing within the last 10, I'm okay, I'll be liberal with this. I'll say 15 years. They've probably been doing that. That does not account for the previous years where we didn't have the drone software and the hardware that could do these things, and that people have seen all the way back, 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, ancient times, the petroglyphs on the walls of strange looking alien creatures out in the western United States and things like that. However, and my thought on this is that if you observe something and seeing it do something enough, you can basically become like a cargo cult and try to replicate it. And then that makes me think about alien reproduction vehicles. They have been observing these things. It's without a doubt in my mind. They've been observing something for years. That's why they've been studying it for years. Now they're trying to replicate the effects, and they're getting really good at it. So two things can be true at the same time. We have the US government and other governments creating these things and testing them on their own people. And then we also have the things that have been here that we don't know what they are, what their mission is. Are they living in the oceans and bases on the moon, somewhere in the solar system? They come and keep eyes on us and come and go as they please. But those two things can be true at the same time. So I don't know, Michelle, if you wanted to throw anything else on that.
Well, and it's definitely, as far as like with the drones and stuff, like you said, with the technology portion of it, even leading back into the writings of different authors of the 1800s that were including UFO and alien beings in their writing. Writers write from, what they know, what they hear, and what they experience, or what, the talk of other people. So it's not anything that, I feel is just isolated to even the last, 40, 50 years here in the US, and especially the last 10 years with all the different acronyms that the US government has decided to come up with.
Well, I mean, you teach, Michelle is an English teacher, but she also teaches mythology. And this goes back all the way to some of the myths as well. I mean, the ancient gods of Egypt, their lineage goes back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, and they're talking the Indian Vedic text, talking about wars in the sky, turning sand into glass, and so.
Well, you know what, and Michelle, I love the way you brought up the acronyms, because I think all the new acronyms, UAP, NHI, whatever government acronym is coming out at this, we have to remember a lot of these acronyms that governments and government agencies put out are there to confuse us.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can hide anything under an acronym. And the one thing that I have learned over time, and my audience is sick and tired of me saying this, UAP are not UFOs, and UFOs are not UAP. UAP are man-made. I have had people from the inside tell me that. And they can cover it up because they know UAP is trendy. And people are so quick to make sure that nothing is offensive these days that UFO is an offensive term to many now in this field, because it's not about little green men. Because how many times did we hear Lou Elizondo or Sean Cahill or many others say it's not about little green men, it's not about aliens, this is about nuts and bolts technology? Well, UFOs has the stigma of little green men. And you hide everything under it. And that's how I think they're able to get away with a lot of this, because I don't believe for a second whether it was the Chinese drones that were shot down or whether it's the drones we're seeing today. I don't believe any of it is UFO or alien at all. It's all UAP.
Yeah, all you got to do is change the definition of something, right? And so they can go out there and say UAPs are 100% real. Well, to them, sure, because their definition of UAP is a man-made object that you can't identify. But for some of us, UFOs or USOs, talk to some dudes from a sub if you can get them to talk. They'll let you know when something comes toward their submarine at 300 miles an hour, circles the sub, goes around it, plays with it, and then shoots off and then breaches the water and flies off. Come on.
Or you get those submarines that have something blast by them at Mach speed.
Absolutely.
And we know can travel at Mach speed underwater.
Correct. Or those guys that went out there to recover test torpedoes or missiles or whatever they would do, and the missiles would float up to the top and they would go off the edge of a helicopter over the ocean, go to hook up the torpedo to take, to bring it up to pull the data in. And then underneath it comes this huge circular type of craft that's breaching the water right underneath them, that they cut the line and just fly out of there. They never saw that torpedo again. These, okay, they're anecdotal. Where is the evidence? Well, according to Immaculate Constellation, it's somewhere in a big database. And when you talk to these guys and they say, after we remove the video boxes from the jet fighters with all of the Tic Tac video and the sensor data and all this, somebody landed on our ship, came into the control tower, grabbed the material, pulled the drives right out, went back on the plane and flew away.
I agree. That happened before.
Yeah.
It is interesting though how the UFO media, if we could call it that, has really jumped aboard with trying to make this, Michelle, an entire scientific nuts and bolts type subject. Just your thoughts on that, as we got about 45 seconds to go before we go to break.
I'm answering Jessica's question. Wayne, you want to take that one?
Well, being a nuts and bolts guy, former military guy, if I think something's a threat and I'm seeing something I don't understand, absolutely, those are the scientific method and stuff I'm going to apply to it. But now I see something as a civilian and I don't know what this is, and I'm receiving telepathic speech and injuries. I mean, now you've got a totally different thing. And yeah, I just don't buy it. Again, there can be multiple things true at the same time.
And let's leave it right there, because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We have Wayne, we have Michelle, and they are from a wonderful podcast called the Michigan UFO Sightings and Paranormal Encounters podcast. We'll get to their stories and more right right after this on Spaced Out Radio. All right, we are clear. I'm just going to quickly run because my son left the studio here. Hi, Sensational Shelly. So I'm just going to go see if he's coming back or not, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
I'll be right back. I'm going to leave you guys up on the screen. So if you want to chat with the audience, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, great. I guess we're still live on YouTube. Hey, everybody in chat. What's going on? Thanks for joining us tonight. Immaculate constipation. Yeah.
I was going to say Wayne and I are both on lists after our show.
Our last
about
show.
what a week, the last show. I think our goal was to
Shelley
say it as
Montgomery.
many times as possible. Hey, Shelley.
Who is that? Linda? Great guest, great show. Thank you. We appreciate you. Make sure you guys go over to our YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button. That helps a lot.
Catherine, Wayne had received a message the night that we had seen the triangular craft not too far from our house, probably within 5 miles? 5 to 7 miles from our home.
Oh, yeah.
Telling him that he needed to get out of the area.
Yeah, it basically, we're getting close to it, and as we started to drive underneath it, I heard in my head, which was really weird, a voice that said, "Get away from here, you don't belong, get away." So yeah, that was the message. And then what came along with that message was an instant set of like uncontrolled fear. I want to say terror. It was the most afraid I had ever been in my life. So it made me drive pretty fast.
So the mission, it's Michigan UFO Sightings and Paranormal Encounters podcast. It's on YouTube, as well as Spotify and all of the major podcasting channels. But shows are Sunday nights at 8:00. We got a
Eastern.
show. Yep, Eastern time.
Yep.
So this is a very late night for us.
Yeah, I'll throw a quick link in for you guys.
What's up, Gary?
Gary, what's going on? Good to see you here, man.
Can't miss that Detroit Tigers.
Yep.
Hat and jersey. The government paid for military funded by U.S. Tony said, "U.S. right." I was going to say, like, every time that they change the acronym, they sign up for new government funding.
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
They can just, play the shell game with their funds. How do they even pay for military funding?
Yeah, it's a big problem.
It's a good question.
Which one?
Terrence Wills question: how can the government pay for military affected by UFOs, but then say UFOs don't exist? Because then they would have to come clean with everything that they've known for years.
Yeah.
And admitting what they've known.
Yeah, they don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine Jones, what's going on? Good seeing you.
Where's Catherine? I need to scroll.
Oh, thanks, Timothy, man.
And his goatee. Don't forget to acknowledge his goatee either. All right, I'll get you guys to hold on right there. Thank you to Cat Chaser, Area 53, Pixie Lara, Deborah Rooney, Mel WD40, Mama Catherine ×2, Linda, Deanna, Stacy, Egyptian Princess, Mike ×2, and the lovely Kira for the super chats. Hi, MS. Welcome to SOR chat. And Sensational Shelly, how are you?
Amber said she said hi to us.
John Jackson, thanks for coming on in. Who am I missing here? I always like to say hello to everybody because I'm anal that way. Ben Eubanks, how's it going? And Dean Zaifa, thanks for coming on in. Hey, purple-haired Pixie Lara, doesn't my toque look good? Doesn't it look good? Yeah, I think so. We got about 30 seconds, guys. 25 seconds. Thank you for all the lovely super chats. Don't forget, you can also shop at our Spaced Out Radio store. We do not have ugly swag, people. No ugly swag. You can wear our stuff out in public and actually be proud to wear it to more places than a garage sale, a flea market, or a paint store. Here we go, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet. We call for hello to everyone tuning us in, and a reminder to all of you that if you miss portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio, or hit us up on any major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com, we have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. Here we go. Second half hour. We have Wayne and Michelle from the Michigan UFO Sightings and Paranormal Encounters podcast hanging on out. We're going to get into more UFO stuff a little bit later on, but you guys specialize in the state of Michigan. And this is something that you guys are very proud of. It's your home state. And there's a lot of high strangeness, from dogman and cryptid encounters to paranormal events from the Great Lakes on down to UFOs over the sky. What makes, Michelle, Michigan so strange?
We're surrounded by water. I believe wholeheartedly in the water connection to the UFOs. It's natural water. There's been sightings of them drawing water up into the craft or emerging from the water, especially Lake Michigan. And then there's also been quite a few sightings around Lake Erie, because we've got the nuclear power plant, Fermi's, there.
Do you think then that's just more about the UFOs, or do you think the water is attracting everything, Michelle?
I think around here it's just everything.
How about you, Wayne?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Michelle on that. I think there's a huge UFO component, and I also think that there's a huge paranormal component, which I think the two are related in certain ways. We hear of people that tell us a UFO story, and then they tell us they've seen, some type of cryptid or creature or something later on. And I think Michigan, just based on its geology, its geography, the way it's surrounded by water, it's just a paranormal state. And when you look at the native tribes and their supernatural, mythologies and belief systems and things like that, I mean, they known about these things before, settlers came here. And if you just go a little bit south of us, maybe, 75, 100 miles just south of us, you get into the Great Serpent Mount, right? And all of the workings of those mounds and how they're astronomically aligned. And, the ancient humans have been trying to mimic the sky onto the earth, and there's a reason for it. And I think a lot has to do with water, and it has to do probably with a lot of quartz that's here, salt. It's just
Anything with the copper.
Yeah, copper. It's been, depending on who you talk to, copper's been found from Michigan out of the mines in the UP, have been found all the way into the Bronze Age over in the Middle East. So somebody was coming here and strip mining in the north and taking it back across the Atlantic Ocean. So it's just an amazing state. And the fact that this place used to be under 3 miles of ice, I mean, and no longer is, that's a lot of geologic trauma that's happened in this area. And so I think it's just a charged area.
The Northern Peninsula has had so many different sightings and encounters, from paranormal events to ghost ships to UFO sightings. What is it about the Northern Peninsula and the forests around there that really seem to stir things up?
Ooh, that is a good question. I mean, probably just how desolate, how empty it is for human.
You don't have the large populations up there.
Yeah.
Depending on how far north that you go, or even towards Wisconsin.
Yeah. I think things are allowed to do their own thing up there, and without a lot of human interaction. And then when humans see what's going on, they can't make out what it is. It's just a very supernatural place. I mean,
I haven't been to the UP since I was a kid.
Yeah, Bigfoot.
So
we've got Dogman sightings.
Well,
Mothman.
Well, you figure Dogman stems from about 4.5 hours from here.
Yep.
So that's the Odawa tribe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is it the lack of population that pretty much gives these creatures just free reign, or the paranormal free reign in that area?
I think so, but it's also extremely charged. I mean, it's just when you have such a huge amount of fresh water moving, that's constantly moving around an area, you're going to create energy charges.
You've got a lot more of your natural elements that have not been tampered or removed, as they have been in the lower part of the state.
Yeah, if you look at from, say, Flint, Michigan, you can draw a line through Flint, Michigan from east to west, and then go down all the way to the border of Michigan with Indiana and Ohio. And it's basically a concrete jungle. It's been built from one side of the state to the other. But once you get up to a certain spot, start going north of Flint, Michigan, you start getting into some more of the natural areas. And again, if you have these energy vortexes and these charged energy centers around the state with the water, I think you're and then you have the northern lights, and you have a lot of energy. You have a lot of energy in this state. So, and some people that live up there probably can tap into that a little bit and see things that they're not used to seeing. Depends on their consciousness level and what they believe. So it becomes very individualistic.
What type of encounters are people having up there?
Well, definitely Bigfoot. I mean, if you go up to Traverse City, which is one of the highest cities in the lower peninsula, there are statues that have been carved out of Bigfoot, not Dogman. People up there will talk about Bigfoot. Then you go over to Muskegon, and then there it's UFO Central, and it has been since 94. Whatever's going on there. And that was the whole show that was done on what was that, Michelle, on Netflix that was did?
Unsolved Mysteries,
where they had Jack Bouchon, the National Weather Service operator, directing in 1994, directing police officers and sheriffs chasing UFOs down the west coast of Michigan that were going in and out over the lake and coming back, and then flying over people's houses, freaking them out, and the police would see them. And we had Jack on our show 3-4 times, and he described what happened. And he was just doing his job. And this is where the community thing gets weird. But he had to leave his job and had to go become a weatherman down in Georgia because of the ridicule and, and all he was doing was his job, interpreting radar data, sending it to the police department, talking to them on their radios through the phone. They're reporting what they're seeing. And he was told basically, you can't do this anymore here. So, there's something going on. It's a lot of UFO stuff, especially when we get into the colder months. March is huge here in Michigan.
What is it about the month of March that seems to light up the UFOs?
Don't know.
The only thing I could say is it has something to do with the temperature of the water.
Hmm?
That's my big theory, because that is where the water is being reported as being drawn up into these craft from the lakes, right where they're not frozen, right next to frozen patches, and then patches that are not frozen. They will hover over the water, drop something in the water, and then suck the water up into the ship. And they'll be tracked on radar from all over the place, from all different corners around Lake Michigan. They show up, congregate, draw water up, drop some kind of liquid back into the water, and then they're gone. And if they're some type of reactor or something that needs very cold and fresh water, March is a good time for it here in Michigan.
No kidding, eh?
Yeah. It seems to be the common thing that we've run into with talking to people, is that March is a typical, like our encounter was in March. But if you look at the UFO encounters in 1966 with Project Blue Book that happened in Dexter, Ann Arbor area, that was March, April. 1994, West Coast of Michigan, Unsolved Mysteries, March of 94. They don't talk about what was going on the east side of the U.S. or on the east side of Michigan, which were huge black triangular encounters, triangle craft from Flint down to Port Huron by, Selfridge Air National Guard base, to the point where Selfridge, had 2 F-16 fighters scrambled on a black triangle, which left them in the dust, just took off. And that was witnessed by one of our viewers that called it in, and he was an Air Force guy who was working out there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But
That
nobody talks about that. Same time frame.
It's almost like a portal is opening up at that time.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to do with the weather, the energy levels, the water movement, energy portals, you name it. There's some type of entanglement that's probably going on between this state, its resources, the people, and that time of the year.
Someone asked about whether or not we had seen the one shot down on the Lake Huron. The photos, we never received a lot of photos and could not find really anything about the one on Lake Huron, because the Lake Huron story came about right after, what was it? The
Chinese balloons.
The Chinese balloons over Montana, that ended up being taken down. What was that, around Myrtle Beach area? Yeah. So the Lake Huron event was shortly after that, and trying to get any sort of information downstate about it's crickets.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that we discovered by meeting the author Ray Szymanski and his book Swamp Gas My Ass, along with his other books, we've had him on our show multiple times now. We actually were at the local library where he did a talk about the 66 J. Allen Hynek, Project Blue Book debacle. Everybody, swamp gas people, just move along, nothing to see here. What he found was that a lot of these craft and their paths were heading over. Now get this, and nobody's ever talked about this before, but their flight paths were over Nike missile nuclear sites that were surrounding southeastern Michigan at that time. And they were tactical nuclear missiles that were, their mission was to launch nuclear missiles toward the North Pole, because the fear was that the Soviets would try to bomb us, come over to Michigan, because we have such a huge, tank plants and all of our manufacturing, our vehicles and everything here in Michigan. When the bombers from Russia would come over the North Pole, we were actually planned to shoot nuclear missiles into the squadrons of the bombers coming over and detonate the nukes. You don't have to worry about hitting them with a missile. You just massive area explosion and just take them all out of the sky at the same time, so they would never reach us. That was the strategy. And we were surrounded by these Nike sites. And nobody's ever talked about that. And now some of these crashes, what is it? The Kecksburg UFO, if you trace its path, it came right over a nuclear missile base here in Michigan and seemed to have lost control and then crashed. So it's very possible that, they're trying to figure out our nuclear stuff because it affects their craft. Just a working theory, but when you talk about Roswell and, crash retrieval, are these things crashing because there's something to do with they check out our nuclear sites and that affects their technology somehow?
Well, one of the things that I learned, just to kind of expand your knowledge on that a little bit, is if you draw a line, a little bit of a diagonal line, so about, say, 5 o'clock on the clock. Okay, if Michigan's at 5 o'clock and you go to the 12 o'clock on the clock, that's Manitoba. And I have had 2 or 3 in-depth UFO people who are behind the scenes, where I've been told, even Lou Elizondo told me, watch Manitoba. That's where they all seem to be coming in, is through Manitoba. They scoot on down at a 5 o'clock level, head over towards Wisconsin, Michigan to get to the East Coast. It always seems to happen in Manitoba. Kecksburg started that way. The Shag Harbor incident started that way. And there's many, many more that
what
have
about
happened.
Kinross?
I believe that one too.
I think a fighter kind of got in the middle of one of those flight movements and then was lost somewhere over Lake Superior.
Yeah.
And 53, I believe it was. So there are patterns, you have to start looking at some of these things. And I think the government knows these patterns, especially now with the observation satellites and, why are, one of the things I asked Lieutenant Colonel Matt Lohmeyer was, why is Space Force pointing satellites back at us if they're supposed to be looking out? He goes, well, I can't really say why, but we have plenty that are pointing out away from the Earth as well. So
if you really want to screw him up next time you chat with him, ask him about the moon. Because apparently, from what I've heard, there's 2 subjects that cannot be discussed by those in top secret Space Force. The moon, not the moon landings or visualizing the moon, but what's on the moon. And the second one is the secret space program. Not allowed to talk about them.
You'll be on another list, Dave.
Wouldn't be the first time. I was having a conversation with Nicole Sackich earlier tonight, and she attended the Seoul conference, and she was telling me this weird story about how it's alleged that anybody whose name is at the hotel and at the Seoul conference immediately gets checked out. Everybody in that hotel gets checked out because there are so many people there, not only from the UFO world, but scientists from major universities, secret programs from Lockheed Martin and all the big companies, and never mind the government agents that are walking around patrolling everybody, probably taking photos of everybody to get some sort of identifier. I mean, it sounds so cloak and dagger, guys, but really that's what we're dealing with here right now.
Yeah.
They don't want their secrets leaked.
Well, think about it from a counterintelligence. Ask Lou Elizondo next time. He won't come on our show. I think I might have been too mean to him at one point in, talking to him or about him on the show, which is okay. If he wants to be sensitive about it, as one army guy to another, come on and take a beating for a little bit. But just, Lou, as a counterintelligence guy, the last thing you want to do is let your enemies know your capabilities. And that's how they all think. They want to know the enemy's capabilities, but you also want to know, what does your enemy know about your capabilities? That's counterintelligence. And so, you start to wonder, well, who's playing games? Is this another MK Ultra by another name? Are they messing with everybody to hide what they're doing? Which I believe they're hiding the stuff that they have observed, and they're trying to figure it out with our technologies, nuts and bolts, and reproducing these craft and these abilities using drone technology. So, but that doesn't mean that these things are not coming down from Manitoba. The huge amounts of water there, as somebody said in chat, absolutely. I think our water here on this planet is a big, signal for certain creatures, maybe time travelers. I don't know.
Oh, I love a good time traveler.
Oh, absolutely. But, I hear a lot in this. It continues to cycle through the world here of, in the future, what would humans look like? And, it's kind of like the guy you have over there, right? Is what everybody's answer generally is. I disagree. I don't think our heads and eyes are going to get bigger. If you look at how people's brains are changing now with technology and frontal lobe issues and everything else due to the Wi-Fi signals, microwaves everywhere, microwaves in your pockets, microwaves in your ear, blue screens everywhere. You start looking at, our heads are going to get smaller. Our brains are going to shrink. We're going to de-evolve if we continue this, because we're just going to have, Wall-E do all of our work for us. So.
Very true.
Yeah. I mean, we're just going to be.
I don't know if you actually heard the story. Sorry to interrupt you there, but
yeah,
when you brought up Lou Elizondo, I actually rescinded my radio request interview for him.
Oh, did you?
His publishing company. They played a bunch of games, not Lou, but they played a bunch of games regarding it. And I just said, you know what? I don't have time for this. This isn't professional. So I actually sent them a letter rescinding my request for an interview.
Yeah. Well, you see, if you look at the dichotomy that we got going on here, we have the congressional hearings, we have Arrow now, we have, admitting into looking at 75 years of programs that have been kept in the dark. So we know they've been doing all kinds of stuff like that. But then you said, cloak and dagger. What are they? Why would they be doing this? Because they're running intelligence on us. They want to know, what do we know? What has Dave seen? Did he see one of our craft or something else? Or is it something else? Does he got a good enough description of it? Maybe we can copy it. Maybe we can send that to Lockheed Martin, right?
You never know. Guys, I'm going to put you on hold right there. Hard to believe we're already through 1 hour here on Spaced Out Radio tonight. We have Wayne. We have Michelle. They have a great podcast called the Michigan UFO Sightings and Paranormal Encounters Podcast, which can be heard on Podcast Network all over, as well as YouTube. And let's face it, Wayne's Goatee is in prime condition for some more UFO talk right after this. This is Spaced Out Radio with host Dave Scott. All right, we are clear. Guys, I'm just going to go check on my boy. I'll be right back, okay?
Got you.
All right, sounds good.
All right, I'll leave you guys up here if you want to chat with the audience.
Yeah, no problem.
I was going to say, did you see that Woo Writers here?
Woo Rider, what's going on?
I saw someone earlier mention BMR.
Oh yeah, Bigfoot Michigan Rob. He's the cryptid guy.
Yeah, good dude.
Jessica S. Oh, thank you for that. Glad you're enjoying the conversation. Yeah, don't forget, head on over, help us out. You can subscribe. It's free. So
Sunday night we'll have Brian Bowden on. It's time for me to do some remote viewing again.
Yes. You guys need to check that out. Michelle is quite the remote viewer. It's kind of scary.
I gotta have a conversation with Brian. So since the passing of my dad, he had some wise words to say for me.
The alien behind Wayne moved. Probably one of our silly cats that jump up on the table behind the curtain there and bumps into the tapestry. So yeah, so Wayne's goatee rocks. Yeah, I trimmed it too, but
Yeah, with his one good arm.
yeah, my one good arm. But you know, we got the Bigfoot, the alien shirt, you know.
Thank you, Candy.
It's all related.
That's amazing.
Uh
I want to know about that.
oh, nice.
Okay.
Brian Bowden had some missing time in
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk to him on Sunday about that. That's a cute shirt. Yeah, I got it from the summer festival we have here in our town.
I know the name Jessica Jones.
Jessica Jones, yeah. I think isn't she a host here on Spaced Out Radio?
I thought that she was over here. It's a Fayetteville, North Carolina.
How does one train to remote view?
Linda, there is no training.
Yeah.
It was a freak of nature. One night, I think it was wasn't it the first time that we met?
Yeah.
Brian online, and he had pictures in sealed envelopes.
It was
and there
crazy.
was one particular envelope that I had pretty much down to a T, with a description of like this church or castle and the bridge and two women and trees. And then the very next day I was scrolling through my phone and I ended up seeing a news article out of Lincoln Park, Michigan, where a 31-year-old was being tried for the murder and attempted murder of two women outside of the exact same castle or church or whatever. It was castle in
Germany.
Yeah. And it was the same one from the remote viewing the night before.
It was the same castle.
Just very
Michelle's really good
uncanny.
at it without even trying. I'm not good at all.
I don't try.
I was picking up on what Brian had been doing that day. Right?
Yeah, like
I
Kira
was
said,
reading Brian instead of what was in the envelope. Michelle was picking up on what was going on with the envelope. It was weird.
Yeah, she said that she had taken a course and just realized it was something that she was doing since she was young.
Yeah.
I always called it just like women's intuition. So
Yeah.
what was the name of that castle, Wayne?
Oh, geez, I have no idea.
Oh God.
It's a very famous castle.
You know what? I'm gonna look up the news article about the 31-year-old man.
Kira I am says my RV teacher said I was a psychic sponge. Probably very empathetic.
Oh, Kira's amazingly intuitive.
Yeah. Well, that's what we were just saying. Michelle, we had Brian Bowden on and we did a remote viewing session with him, and Michelle was ridiculous. Not even knowing, not even trying. And she picked up on a castle in Germany with 2 women on a bridge. And the next day in our Facebook feed was a guy from Allen Park right up the road here being charged with 1 murder and 1 attempted murder of throwing 2 women off the bridge at the same castle.
Raping and killing a woman. So,
Oh.
threw her down into the ravine.
Yeah, we don't want to say that.
Grape Weinstein last summer.
Something, yeah. It was bad.
Yeah, this was June 18th of 2023. Eek.
All right. We have 20 seconds. Big thank you to Scott, Shelley, Mama Catherine ×2, Mike ×2, Kira, Egyptian Princess, Stacy, Deanna, Linda, Cat Chaser, Area 53, Lara, Debaruni, and Mel WD40. Don't forget, shop at our Spaced Out Radio store on our website. We do not have ugly swag. You can be proud to wear our stuff because it's nice. Real nice. Here we go. Second hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. We always do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on every major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Heliutics. Heliutics is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. We have Wayne, we have Michelle together. They have an amazing podcast out of the beautiful state of Michigan. It is called the Michigan UFO Sightings and Paranormal Encounters Podcast. So make sure you go hit subscribe on their channel. Very, very good. I recommend it. We've been talking about UFOs all night long. I want to hit up on the cryptids a little bit because there's 2 major cryptids that are known in Michigan. Do you get a lot of cryptid reports on Bigfoot and Dogman?
We ask for it, and we really don't.
Really?
Really.
No, a good friend of ours, Bigfoot Michigan Rob. I think he's our go-to guy in Michigan as far as getting those cryptid stories.
Yeah. Now, paranormal ghost stuff, we get quite a bit. Like I said, the land around here is charged, and myself having encounters and other people sending us, paranormal stuff is very interesting. Orbs and the one thing that we had sent in where it was like this person just appears next to this guy's bed and walks and disappears, and they looked like they were in a gown, like a hospital gown, and just fade right away. And it was a room camera that they had it on. 100% legit, because I would believe this guy if he told me, so there's paranormal for sure. But yeah, Bigfoot Michigan Rob's our dude here, and he is the crypto man, is what I'd like to call him.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Absolutely
hilarious. Talk about the paranormal then. What makes Michigan so haunted?
Ooh. Well, there's the whole death of lots of people in the former insane asylums that we had around here.
Get out of my head. You know where I'm going with this one.
Yeah,
I believe that builders have just tempted fate with sacred land in Michigan. So as far as when, mental institutions, there's one in the city of Westland, Eloise. So, and Eloise is famous from being the mental institution where they would house tuberculosis or TB patients, the tunnels, all the ghost sightings there. They have now made it into, let's see, they had a country concert there. They are now putting Christmas lights up where you can actually drive through. They do tours. They do haunted house. It is a money market scheme. So,
and that there are unmarked graves and you name it on that land, and they are just, every fall it's a haunted house, that they've turned it into, and people are working in there, and then you have people coming out saying that they see stuff for real that work there. And yeah, again, if you look at Michigan as the land here just being charged with that energy, probably not a good place to bring a lot of people in to dial up the energy and not expect things to happen, right? You get a lot of emotional energy from people by scaring them. You're on ground that has unmarked graves. Everybody's having a good time until things don't go so good. And yeah.
Where's the one place you've always wanted to investigate or learn about the paranormal from in Michigan?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say Eloise. Like, that place, not only is it close to us, but that place has a huge history, and what they've done to it. They say a lot of the times that when you remodel a house or an old building and things like that, you stir some things up. And I'm not the paranormal person that I study it like I do UFOs because of the encounters that we've had. But there is something to that land and those buildings, and that absorbing all of that trauma, that traumatic energy, and then they come in and they change everything and they pull things down. I think that place would be a great place to study from a paranormal side of things.
I say in about 10 more years.
Yeah.
In about 10 more years there. God, what would mine be? It wouldn't be Denton Road. We used to do the Lady in Blue haunts back when I was a teenager. Can't even say the Northville mental institution, right, because that's gone.
Yeah, they just bulldoze these sites too. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It just seems almost sacrilegious to treat that land the way that they do and just look at it from a profit standpoint or entertainment standpoint. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, we have sacred ground for Native Americans, and we don't mess with burial mounds. We try to understand them and stuff. But when it comes to a place where a lot of people have died, and we can bulldoze that and turn it into a theme park. It just seems wrong.
I think if I were to be able to investigate anywhere in Michigan, I would have loved to have done Joe Louis Arena.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing Iron Maiden at Joe Louis Arena.
Never mind just the concerts, but the history with the Red Wings and of course, the big fights of Muhammad Ali,
Joe Frazier.
I mean, it would just be absolutely incredible. Up in Montreal, they believe, like, I'm going to get into a little bit of a hockey paranormal story here, but they believe that Canadian teams are cursed. And the reason why is because the last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup was when the 1993 Montreal Canadiens won. And that was in the old Montreal Forum. The next year, they moved to the Molson Center. Gary Bettman took over as commissioner, and he was all about Americanizing the game for the American public and television, and moved 2 Canadian teams out within a couple of years. And they believe that with everything that happened in 1994, especially with the Habs moving from the Forum, that there was actually a curse put on Canadian teams. And in fact, so much so that a number of years ago, a paranormal team actually went into the old Montreal Forum, which is now part of a shopping mall, and they tried to get the ghosts from the Forum, the fans and the former players, to move over to the Molson Center to see if they could try and break the curse. And it never happened. But it's amazing how sport, I mean, if we actually did paranormal sports on what players see, or like the minor league baseball teams who are riding the bus all the time, we would have some great paranormal stories, man. But getting back on topic, I would love to have done, Joe Louis Arena, or if they hadn't torn it down, old Tiger Stadium.
Yeah, lots of history there.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, and Comerica is nice. Don't get me wrong. I've seen a couple Tiger games there, but nothing like Tiger Stadium.
Oh, I would have loved to have gone there. Has anybody ever stated that they have seen the ghost ship of the Edmund Fitzgerald?
No, surprisingly, and Michelle and I, my father is a retired airline pilot, and he had his own aircraft, and we would fly from Traverse City, and we would go out over Lake Michigan, and we would fly over the wrecks. And that's something odd. We have never received anything about anybody seeing any kind of ghost ships around Michigan.
No, but there's stories about each one of the lighthouses.
The lighthouses.
The lighthouses.
The historic lighthouses, yeah.
Have more of the stories on the west side of the state, and then also up in the UP.
Mm-hmm.
What are they seeing?
As far as just numerous ghost sightings.
Really?
Yep.
Eh?
Yeah. Like apparitions of the old light keepers, and people that have died in the area. They'll be there, see figures on them.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yep.
Up in Newfoundland, apparently twice a year, people have said that you could see the Titanic sailing by.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah, because what doesn't get a lot of history in the Titanic sighting or sinking is that it happened off the Canadian coast. Everybody talks about how it was going from London to New York. So the Canadian part of it gets left beside. And yet the ship sank about 10, 15 miles off the coast of Newfoundland. And apparently, I was talking to one paranormal investigator from Newfoundland about this, but apparently every now and again, on the date of the sinking and the day she would have sailed back from New York to London, apparently people have claimed to have seen Titanic sailing by. I couldn't imagine that, man.
Oh, yeah, that would be fascinating and completely terrifying. Like, wow, what am I looking at? For sure. Yeah, that's that's making the hair stand up on my arms right now. That's yeah. I
What do
don't,
you
you know, go ahead.
What do you think is the most haunted location in Michigan?
Ooh. Well, there's an old city that I lived in for many years called Howell, Michigan. Kind of got its name in the paper a few times for being very, spicy, anti this or that or whatever over the many years that's been around. But there was an opera house there, and that opera house, to my personal experience and what I've been told by people, that opera house is extremely, and they've opened it as a movie theater now. They remodeled it. But you go in there and you can feel that there's something off with it. And tons of people experience seeing things, people walking through the walls. And like that is like one of the most charged, most haunted places you could see is the old Howell Opera House. And I remember when I was a student teacher, I was working as a sub teacher at the same time, and I was working with a class, and we had a field trip the day, and it was to the old opera house, but it wasn't to the movie part of it. They actually found a door that was hidden behind a wall. And when they removed the wall and opened the door, they found that there was a staircase that led up to the second floor of the opera house. So they were given tours up there now. So we go up there and we're taking our sixth grade class up there. And it was like walking into a time capsule. There was the old counters, pieces of paper from the latest show that they had, and lots of dead animals up there, which was creepy. I mean, and they're, letting the kids come in and look at everything. And, you're wondering what has happened in here. And it had not been opened for 100 and some years. And it was like stepping back through time, and real creepy. I mean, to me, that's, besides being, and I know somebody wrote it on here. What was it? Michelle, the North, was it Livonia? What is that? The one mental institution?
That was the Northville.
And that was one I went into as a kid where, you break in and get yourself scared. Well, yeah, I had myself scared really bad, but that's gone now. But that would probably be my number one if it was still around. But the Howell Opera House is probably.
I was going to say Paramarv in chat has a couple of the main ones I've thought of, the Masonic Theater in Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
Creepy vibes all around. So, and have been there for, different events and different shows. Back during my teenage days, I would have said Denton Road in Canton.
Oh, yeah.
100 times over anything else, because we used to drive there. We would do the midnight drive. It would always be the bridge. I think it was the second bridge, but it was a dirt road, and it used to not have any subdivisions or anything. Now, everything is paved. There's soccer fields. There's various subdivisions that just popped up all over the place. Wow, congratulations.
For the radio audience that is out here, when we look at everything that is going on in the state of Michigan, I find that entire area, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio especially, seems to have some real screwed up energy. Have you ever looked into the energy cycle of it all? I know you mentioned water earlier, okay, but the energy cycle on what keeps that entire central part of the U.S. strange?
I haven't specifically looked into anything to do with it other than trying to find a link between the geologic aspect of it. Michigan's on what's called a failed allocogen, where there was supposed to be volcanic activity that happened, where 3 different tectonic plates come together, and usually at those areas there's volcanic things that happen in the past, and it never did happen here. So it created a lot of crystal and then the salt deposits. This place was all in ocean before it was frozen over and covered with 3 miles of ice for hundreds of thousands of years. And I think, all of that stuff combined, the energy, all of it, I think the natives that lived here knew about this stuff. They could feel it. And so they would build their mounds and their burial mounds and their astronomical mounds to align to those energies. And I had somebody email me the other day. They're trying to get a really good picture with their drone of some crop circles that are happening up a little bit north of here. And, they said it was really bizarre. It was gone. Nothing was there 1 minute. And now they're, these crop circles popping up. So they're trying to get some good pictures to send us. It's just the area is, you have salt, you have tons of quartz sand. Yeah. You have an area of land, Michigan specifically, that is literally the ground is depressed like a bowl. That's why we're called the Michigan Basin. All of that pressure that is pushing down on those crystals and those salt crystals and everything else that was here, all of the stuff that has died here. And as you relieve that pressure now from the ice, the ground wants to come back up. And I think when that ground comes back up, because we get earthquakes here every couple weeks, but you don't really feel them. We can measure them, but it's called isostatic rebound, where that bowl is trying to level off and go back to being nice and flat. Well, that releases energy through all those crystals and everything else. And it's just a highly energetic area. This, like you said, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, then you've got the water, the weight of the water, the movement of the water, the quartz crystals, all the sand, all the salt. We have huge salt mines underneath Detroit where they just mine salt forever and ever because it was a salt water ocean that dried up here. And so, you got to take all of those variables from, a scientific side, now add in consciousness and other things and visitors and whatever else, that could be a huge draw for a lot of things, including, giving that energy in those portals, those energy vortexes to the paranormal realms. That makes that veil very thin here in Michigan. And people that are sensitive, they know. They can feel it when they come here.
Oh, I bet the energy is absolutely intense.
Oh,
when you go through that.
Yeah.
Are a lot of people though having experiences, or is it just as tuned out as many populated areas? We've got about a minute to go.
I would definitely say it's tuned out based what I've seen on social media, specifically about the the Eloise asylum, people just saying, get over it. Mm-hmm. They're making money, they're doing their thing. And it's like, no one's taking into consideration, or very few of us are taking into consideration that, the last time that I set foot in the tunnels was the last time I was going to set foot anywhere near Eloise. So,
yeah, it's a lot of hand waving, but we are so materialistic and we're so focused on the nuts and bolts, Lou Elizondo kind of thing. A lot of people are just focusing on this UFO thing. Captured the attention of people right now. So not so much paranormal as it is UFOs.
All right, we have Wayne, we have Michelle, we have for another 30 minutes on Spaced Out Radio. Your questions and more UFO talk when we return.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with your host, Dave Scott.
Awesome. Flying on by, man. Holy cow.
Yeah, things are really, really popping. So, hey, guys, make sure that you're over there hitting that subscribe button for us.
Let's see.
Well, I'm going to break for the bathroom for a moment.
Yeah, you go, man. I'll be right back. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Dave.
Oh, there goes Wayne. Look at that. There he goes. Right
Yeah,
behind you.
we've got Driver has his photo.
What a fun night. Yes, for our audience, I will be on the air hour 3 with Sweet Robbie G tomorrow night to go over the 10-year anniversary of SOR, because tomorrow is the 10-year anniversary. Well, for some of you, it's already started, you know. But thank you very much for all the love and well wishes, guys. That really does mean a lot. 10 years. Wow.
I was going to say, Wayne and I have 7 more to go.
It's a heavy push, man. That's 10 years of working 15 to 16 hours a day. Wow. But the people you meet over that time.
Oh, we've met some great people.
I made it back.
I saw you sneaking behind Michelle there.
Yep. Oh, man, oh, man. Gonna have to take some more ibuprofen here soon. Screws in the shoulder don't feel good.
No. I've been battling sciatic issues for 2 months.
Oof.
Same.
Yep.
I'm
this
sitting
one over here.
My chair is a Serta Sealy comfort chair, and I still have a pillow underneath. And it just will not. It'll go away for like 36 hours, and then it'll flare back up.
Does it go down into your knee?
Sometimes. I injured myself a couple months ago hunting. I thought I was 30 again. And I went to jump over a little tiny ditch that a 3-year-old could do. And my body left, my right side, and the rest of my body left, except my left side decided, hey, we're going to lock up. Remember, you're 51. So my left side locked up. I actually popped my hip out and in.
Oh.
And I gave myself an extremely bad left groin pull, which bruised me from my knee up to my stomach. And that was painful. And then as that started to heal and heal up, my right side decided, well, we've been compensating for a month and a half now. So now that your left side is fine, we're going to bug you on the right side now. So that's what I'm going through. And it's like, come on.
You know, chiropractors are really good at getting that taken care of. Have you got one near you?
I go twice a week.
Okay.
Twice a week.
Yeah. Michelle's got a guy.
Oh, yeah. It's not fun, but what do you do?
Marijuana is magical.
I was going to say, as soon as I turned 50, it was like my right side said, we're going to give you a little gift.
Yeah.
Here's some sciatica.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a little sciatica every now and again to just
No. And the worst is when it goes into the knee. And like if I'm at school and I'm sitting with a group of students and I'll go to get up and all of a sudden like my hands on the table pushing myself the rest of the way up and they're looking at me and I'm like, nerve damage, guys, nerve damage.
Oh yeah. I hear you there.
Yeah, you need to cut back on the backflips, Dave.
Yeah, I know. I'm just so athletic that way. We have about 17 seconds.
All right.
Thank you to Simon, Scott, Shelley, Mama Catherine, Egyptian Princess, Mike ×2, Kira, Stacy, Mel WD40, Deboruni, Deanna, Linda, Pixie Lara, Area 53, and Cat Chaser for the super chats. Go through it all. We passed the second half of Spaced Out Radio, and now we're into it. My name is Dave Scott. This is a great show that we've been doing 10 years now. 10 years, a whole decade of bringing the high strangeness to you. And you know, it's good for all of you if you're especially tuning on in or you're new to the show. All of our archives are free. They're on YouTube and any major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. We got a great show here tonight with our good friends Wayne and Michelle from the Michigan UFO Sightings and Paranormal Encounters podcast. We're going to get some audience questions here. Starting off with, let's take a look here. Let's go to Terrence right off the bat. Why do you think the government only focuses on themselves and the military about this UFO subject and not all of us? Wayne, go ahead.
Oh, that's kind of an easy one. It's because they're just worried about the threat narrative. If something can get into our airspace and we can do nothing about it, it's a threat. So we don't care about what encounters you have, little citizen person. We got to worry about defending the country, right? And our technology and our nuclear weapons. And they let, Maelstrom base know, right? We can turn your stuff off too. So, I think that's the focus for any kind of a government thing is to make sure that the government functions and continues to continue. Who is it? Andrew Bustamante, who's, the famous CIA guy that is all over YouTube making millions of dollars and everything. Great guy and all that. But he'll tell you straight up, it's all about when you're working in the government for America, it's about America primacy. That's it. No matter what. And continuance of the government. That's what they focus on.
I would tend to think that the reason why they want us to only focus on the military bases and not the public is that, as we've said it before, and I've said it many a time, and my opinion hasn't changed, it's about money. It's about budgets. The one thing that the American government has done a great job with the citizens of the United States, they've made them very fearful of their neighbor, fearful of the world around them, and fearful of aliens now. Okay, you look at Tom DeLonge going out there saying these are demons that are here to kill us and wipe out humanity. Pete Lavenda says that. Nobody ever brings up the fact that right before Tom DeLonge started the To the Stars Academy, he actually approached Renario Hernandez from the Free Experiencers group and tried to buy the statistics off of them that showed over 4,400 people, including myself, who took that test of experiencers, that 84% of the people had positive contact and wanted to happen again. Only 14% were negative, and the balance was unknown, could go either way. Nobody ever talks about that. And yet here he comes out saying these are demons. These are a species we have to be afraid of. They're here to kill us, kill humanity. Well, look at the threat narrative that we see. Why is it the United States is the only country in the world that has come out with aliens or UFOs, UAP, whatever you feel comfortable calling them, as a threat? Mexico hasn't let them as a threat. Canada announced they aren't a threat. Other countries of the world have said it's not a threat. Why
what about
is it
in Brazil?
Brazil has not labeled it as a threat to their sky. Yes, they have some strange things. Brazil has some, that whole area, Brazil, Argentina, Peru,
Yeah.
to be hit with all of the ugly aliens, man. Seriously. But there is no threat. And the problem is threat narratives create budgets. They create budgets, and not just $1 million budgets. We're getting into $1 trillion budgets now.
Oh,
Think
yeah.
about it. I mean, trillion. Wayne, that's ugly.
Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And, and then it's left to, citizens, on their own to try to figure out what answers that they can. And then when we try to examine things and maybe even have a show like Spaced Out Radio to talk to people, or like ours, where we want to talk to people, we want to hear your story, we want to look for things that are similar, things that are different, and then nobody will take you seriously. So they've got the best of both worlds right now, but I don't think it's going to last that much longer.
Well, we're going to see. Let's move on to another question. Let's go to Terrence here. How come they don't talk or ask why they are here? I think the bigger question on this, Wayne, is not the aliens talking or why they are here, because I think they've always been here.
Mm-hmm.
But the bigger question that I've been asking for years is why now? Why, after 70 years of cover-up, are we now getting into the UFO game publicly? It still does not make sense. Your thoughts?
I think there's a connectiveness now with the internet and technology that, they can try to censor people. They can try to blacklist them. They can do whatever they want. But the information cannot be stopped. I mean, and here's the thing too, you really want to take the power out of the government's hands. You just don't care what they say, and you continue to do what you do, and then see how they react. If they react negatively to you, then you're on to something. It's like, well, if they're shooting off flak, I must be somewhere over the target. I must be pretty close. So when we get a knock at our door, or we receive some kind of strange email or whatever, and we're on some kind of list, man, we must be really close to something, So, yeah, I mean, I just honestly, we need to continue to do what we do and just be honest as we can with what we report, what people talk to us about. Let the people decide, what's going on, and whatever the government comes out with, whatever report they want to type up to justify their billions and trillions of dollars, just, we know, it's so cliche. We know what we saw. We know what happened. And here we are. And we didn't ask to be here. And I didn't ask to have my thyroid, irradiated from the ship and lose all my hair and all that from what happened.
Well, at least your goatee looks great.
It does. Takes a while though.
Let's just be proud of that one. The goatee looks fantastic.
Right.
But let's get to another audience question here. Let's go over to Kimberly. What do you think deja vu is? I get a lot of it, she says.
Michelle, what do you think?
That question came up when we were talking about remote viewing. Oh God, the feeling that you've experienced something over and over and over again. It's like me going to work.
Well, we're pattern recognition creatures by nature, right? So, I kind of get it from that standpoint, but that's a very interesting one, because is it some type of energy that's going on? Is there a consciousness thing? Have you literally been there before, or were you there at a different time? And that's kind of like my theory about UFOs, especially when it comes to Michelle and I saw this huge triangle 300 feet on a side. Somebody else should have saw it. There were other cars around us, even though it was 2:30 in the morning. We only had one report of somebody, about 50 miles away that saw the same night, the same type of craft, but nobody around us saw it. And it made me think of, what if what we saw that night and experienced happened on a different night? We just happened to go to the place at the right time, at the right place, that it triggered our memories. So you have people that say they see something. Do you guys see that? And they're like, no, we don't see it. Well, they've already seen it. And now their memory block is worn off. So now they're seeing it while everybody else standing there doesn't see a thing. So it might be like one of those block issues with missing time and things like that. And deja vu may fall into that.
I love it. Love it. Let's go over to Woo Poo here, who is asking, do you all have any information on the Melonheads cryptids in Michigan, said to be near the Felt Mansion in Saugatuck?
That's a new one on me. I don't know, Michelle. Has anybody wrote to us about that?
Never heard of Melonheads, but I will definitely
write that one down.
Yep.
That sounds interesting.
Just the name alone has me intrigued.
Yeah, absolutely.
Me too.
Saugatuck.
Me too. All right, we got a couple more questions here.
Great questions.
Let's go over to Paramarv. Have you ever investigated the salt mines under Detroit or get across the river into Windsor, Ontario?
Okay, now our trips to Windsor, Ontario usually is for gambling at the casino. But the salt mines, I will tell you this, the district that I work for years and years ago maybe not years and years, but when I was a kid, they used to take students there for field trips.
Yeah.
They stopped doing that. So it has been many a moon since I have been in the salt mines.
Yeah. And I can say I've never been in them. And I'm one of these guys that gets claustrophobic really easy. So, you won't find me crawling around in caves that much. So.
Right. Me too.
Yeah.
No lie. Me too. Don't like the tight spots.
Yeah, I like having an open sky above me and, land under my feet, not above my head. Mm-hmm. Weird Michigan. Okay.
All right, let's move on to another one here. Let's go to Overlander, BC. Got fantastic hair. You've said before, Dave, that aliens have drilled a hole in your head. Samantha has been attacked by reptilians.
Yeah, we don't want to say that.
How can you say they are not a threat? Good question.
Yeah.
Good question. I didn't say that it's going to sound like I'm backtracking here. It's like I equate it to human beings. There is 8 billion people on this planet. Or even if you take the United States, there's 330 some million Americans out there, and about 2.5 million of them are in prison. That means the majority of the population is usually, for just the sake of argument, good people. And yes, the argument of the skeptic will say, well, many of them haven't been caught. True. But I do believe that the majority of them are good. That's not to say that bad experiences aren't going to happen. Okay, that's not saying that there aren't bad aliens out there that are doing. I don't like being an abductee. I don't like it at all. Okay, I don't want to be taken at night. I'm sick and tired of it. But it happens. I go with the flow. And so far I'm alive. Right? Now, if they could make me fly that damn ship, that would make it all worth it. It's like going on a good roller coaster ride. I'm not saying they're all good, but I'm saying is we have to be careful with categorizing. That's what I'm saying. Wayne, your thoughts?
All I can say is that we've had some interesting stories that were kind of the opposite of the stealing the baby out of the womb type of situation, where there was a couple ladies in 94 on the east side of Michigan that were abducted in their vehicle, and one of them was known to be barren. She couldn't have kids. Well, she later filed 17 years after a triangular UFO encounter where their vehicle was spinning on the road, and then they blacked out, and the next thing they knew, they were on the road going northbound on southbound US 23. The woman was pregnant, became pregnant, and gave birth to a child who is supposedly 17 years later, when she filed the MUFON report, was a highly intelligent, ranked at a genius level child. And her husband had tried to become pregnant for years and never could. So, like Dave said, there's the good, and then there's, the bad. And, how can we even try to comprehend an alien intelligence and what their goals are, what they want to do? It's alien. So it's hard to tell. I mean, cattle mutilations, what cows ever do to aliens, but they want something out of them. There's something we're missing between the abductions and the negative things that happen. And, I hate to quote Lou, but sometimes I think we're just not asking the right questions to figure out what is going on here. And I think that's the thing we got to do. We got to get I would love to get some doctors involved that are diagnosticians. Yeah, that's it. That are used to solving medical mysteries, and give them some of this stuff and see what they would put together. And because they're great at figuring out things. And, and they're usually the best of the best at their craft. And they have to be able to figure out medical mysteries. So what do cow lips, udders, body parts, sex organs, and things like that have to do with, Miss Smith getting abducted, and then the next thing you know, she's able to have children now. So there's something there.
It is very strange, to say the
Yes.
least. Very strange, as we have about 5.5 minutes to go before we have to say good night to you guys. Let's go to Super Crazy here, who is asking, what is the connection between Bigfoot and UFOs?
Man, that is a great question. I could just say energy. I honestly don't know, but it sure does seem like either people see a UFO and then they have a Bigfoot sighting, or it's a Bigfoot sighting and then they see a UFO. Now, it could be that the person's mind, depending on where they're at, what the energy state is of the location that they're at, they could be creating these things, right? highly emotional people. They're in the woods. They're in a very charged area. They hear a noise. They look. They think they see Bigfoot. Maybe they did, or something that looked like it. And then it disappears, and then they see a UFO fly off. It could be all. It could be all created right there with their own brain. And I'm a big believer in Terra Preta. You know, everybody knows about Terra Preta and the biochar stuff out there. I think it's a lot more powerful, and the land is a lot more powerful than us modern brained people give it credit for.
Wow. Well, I tend to believe, if my opinion is of any value of this, I tend to believe that I think Bigfoot is not from here. I'm not saying it's alien, but I'm saying that it's supernatural abilities, whether it's telekinesis, whether it's something different, its ability to cloak itself, if you believe in that woo. I think there is something with the creature that attracts the ETs to them. Do I have any proof? Absolutely not. None.
Well, it's a working theory, right? I mean, Dave, look at the ability of the human mind. We know we don't tap into hardly much of it at all. And imagine you get to a high energy vortex area of land, sacred, whatever it is, and your consciousness that you are not directly controlling can pierce or break that veil. And if Bigfoot is not from here and from there, you just called it over.
Oh, I agree. I totally agree.
So I think our planet is a maybe a computer that's kind of running a reset loop right now, because I think there's a lot of energy. The pyramids, you look at all this stuff, man, there's a reason for all of these sacred sites, all of it. And I think it has to do with energy and being able to manipulate it with the human mind.
I agree. Totally agree. Let's see if we can find more here. Here's Terrence. At the UFO hearings, why couldn't they clearly define what being alive was?
What's a woman?
Oh, that's for an entirely different show. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, if you can't define what being alive was, I mean,
I think they meant with the craft being alive.
Was it the craft?
Yes, that came up later.
Yeah, that was weird. That's a great question. I'm assuming that some of these craft are or have, what was it, Grush that said biologics came along with these crashed craft. There might be some type of a neurolink, a neuronet connection between the drivers, the pilots, whatever, and the craft. There might be, a consciousness link. That might be what they're getting at, and they don't want to let people know that they know that. So that would be my guess.
Let's go back to Terrence here. What do you think the connection is between UFOs and paranormal?
Again, I think energy.
Me too.
Yep.
Me too. All right, my friends, we have about just under a minute to go here with you, Wayne and Michelle. Do me a favor. Take the time to tell everybody where they can find your show and how they can reach out to you.
All right. Well, the audio podcast is released from our live show, which happens every Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. We live stream it just like Dave does here. And then we release that as an audio file out everywhere, iTunes, all of that good stuff. So you can catch us. Just look us up on iTunes, Spotify, all that good stuff, or right over at our YouTube channel, which you could do the @ at Michigan UFOs and Paranormal.
Love it.
thing there. Yeah.
Wayne, Michelle, thank you again for coming on Spaced Out Radio. Very much appreciate you guys. Coming up next, we go to the swamp. Then Extra Small Lee will be here for the Cryptid Report. We continue with Hour 3 next.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with your host, Dave Scott.
All right, guys, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Dave.
It was great to chat with you guys again.
Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you, everyone in chat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's always great to throw some ideas out there and some working ideas and thoughts. So
it makes good conversation.
yeah.
Good conversation. All right, guys, take care.
All right.
We'll chat soon.
All right. Take care, Dave.
Fantastic show. Fantastic show.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Bye. Wayne and Michelle, everybody. All right, I'll be right back. Brian Bowden will be back on in December. All right. On A. On A. On A. All right. Good show tonight. Good show. Hey, there's Extra Small Lee. Why did that pop up? Weird news of the week. Why did that pop up? So weird. I don't know how to get rid of that. There we go. Why did my colors change? Seriously, who is in my studio? It's not letting me change it back. Oh, there we go. All right. Thank you to all of our super chatters tonight. Very much appreciate the love and support. Here we go, everyone. Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Greatly appreciate you joining us on wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on every major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com, we have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Heliutix. Heliutix is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Let's head to the swamp.
Hello and welcome to Spaced Out Radio's Swamp. I'm Swamp Dweller, and tonight I'm going to take you on a mystic journey of the unknown, sharing tales of monsters, legends, and nightmares. Welcome to the Spaced Out Radio Swamp. The disappearance of Bobby Bizup is a tragic and mysterious case. In 1958, 10-year-old Bobby Bizup went fishing in Cabin Creek at Camp St. Malo, a Catholic's boys' camp. A counselor named Terry Cohen informed Bobby that it was time for dinner, and Bobby nodded to indicate that he understood. However, within an hour, the camp realized that Bobby was missing. Despite extensive search efforts by numerous counselors, Bobby could not be found. The camp's director, Reverend Richard Heister, notified Bobby's parents and a U.S. Forest Ranger station about the disappearance. Unfortunately, Bobby remained missing for over a year. In July 1959, Bobby Bizup's remains were discovered just below the timberline. Identification was made through scraps of clothing, bones, and fragments of a child's hearing aid, indicating that it was indeed Bobby's body because he did indeed use hearing aids. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance and subsequent death remained unclear at the time. In 2021, a skull believed to belong to Bobby Bizup was turned over to federal authorities by a man named Dr. Tom McCloskey. Dr. McCloskey revealed that he had been in possession of the item via his father, Dr. Joseph McCloskey, who was a prominent member of the Catholic Church and a close friend of the priest running Camp St. Malo when Bobby vanished. Dr. Tom McCloskey inherited the skull in 1980 after his father's death, and upon seeing a documentary called Mystery on Mount Meeker, he decided to contact federal authorities. The documentary, Mystery on Mount Meeker, produced by WBIR's 9 Wants to Know, shed light on the case and raised questions about the sequence of events when Bobby disappeared. It revealed that 3 camp counselors went on to abuse children as priests, suggesting a disturbing connection. DNA testing on the skull is underway to determine if it does belong to Bobby Bizzop. The investigation aims to uncover the truth about what happened to Bobby and potentially shed light on the circumstances surrounding his disappearance and death. It is a tragic and complex case to say the least, and without further information or the DNA testing results, it is truly difficult to answer what exactly happened to Bobby Bizzop. The investigation and analysis of evidence will hopefully bring closure and answers to this long-standing mystery, and I will be sure to make an update video as soon as I see more information.
Thank you to Swamp Dweller for another great story. Short and sweet, but we love the swamp around here. If you want more, head to YouTube, type in Swamp Dweller. He'll be right there for you with thousands of stories for free. Let's head to the Cryptid Report.
Oh, hello, Jackie.
Major Lee, extra small Lee Strauss. Here
Yep.
Jackie Harmon on the Cryptid Report. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic, and I will have to say, Dave, this one is a large. This is a large. So
There
calm
is
down.
no way that you are wearing a large shirt.
I am.
No, I disagree wholeheartedly. For people who don't know Radioland, Lee Strauss is one of these people who's like in really good shape. So he wears tighter T-shirts in order to make his body look a little bit better than, say,
Kinda
somebody
like-
like me who's carrying a keg around.
Well, hey, Dave, I'm telling you, I've got a keg myself. It's a 6-pack, but it's still.
Yeah, that doesn't compete. Does not compete. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic, Dave, and I'm gonna say that you've been going for 10 years now on this
10
show.
years.
And I was remarking today on Facebook about what an amazing feat that is. 5 nights a week, Dave. That's a lot.
I will say this, and if we could actually take some time to talk about this. I wasn't going to, but you brought it up, so I'm going to. It's been hard.
Yeah, the sacrifice.
It has been hard, and the things that people don't understand what you give up when you work a nighttime job, and I double down. Like, I have to work a daytime job too in order to keep my bills going and paid and the roof over my head for my family. And it is, in a lot of ways, it has been extremely rewarding. Not only for the topics, but our audience members and the knowledge that I have learned about UFOs, cryptids, ghosts, things that I would have never learned.
Yeah.
But it comes with a sacrifice. And that sacrifice has been my family, my children especially, who are, like, giving an example tonight, doing this show. My son and I were hanging out, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, bud, Dad has to go down into the studio. And it's like, why, hang out with me tonight. So I had him down here for the start of the show, and then he just vanished. He got bored quickly. But there's been a lot of sacrifice. You miss hockey games. You miss helping out with your kids having sleepovers. You miss, always have to cut it out early for birthdays and other stuff. So, I mean, it has been hard, but the reward has been, the knowledge, the great people that I have met from not only our guests, but our many teammates who have come and gone. And there's been a few, because people have their own schedules, their own agendas, their own lives that they live. And we've had some incredible people over the years be a part of SOR, from the weekends to behind the scenes to everything. And meeting the fans, though, when I've spoken at conferences or had our fan parties, that has probably been the most satisfying out of it all. The relationships that have been built.
The relationships, they're not just relationships. They're like family. They really are. I mean, they care about SOR so much, right? I mean, I started watching you, I don't know, 12, 13 years, 14 years back. Maybe not that long ago, but it's been a long time, Dave, since I've been doing this work. And I've watched you since probably, 10 years ago anyway, right? When I was with, UFOI team and that sort of thing. And it's just blossomed from there. These people, the people that follow you and all of the fans, I mean, it's just amazing to see, these people talk and chat like they are all family. Everybody seems to love each other, loves you, loves the show, and everybody wants to be part of it and to be part of the SOR family. It's amazing.
When I started this out, I'd hoped to get back on terrestrial radio because I left terrestrial radio in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
And to get back on terrestrial radio was very important to me. And to be able to say that, we broadcast nightly on terrestrial radio, Saga 960 in Mississauga, Ontario, Jody Penu taking a real chance on us to see if they could build their nighttime audience, and we've been successful. And people don't hear the background conversations where literally Jody has threatened me that I'm never allowed to leave Saga 960 because our show is so popular there, and we make life easy for them at nights. They don't need to worry because we are always here. Chuck Contreras from KZFX in Ridgecrest, California. He's not only been one of our first radio stations, but a real mentor to me in this field when I have radio questions on how to improve the show or the sound or everything. He also does all of our tech stuff. He has been phenomenal. There's Len Novin out of Apache Junction in Arizona, who literally, he's made some changes over the years to his radio station, but as he's changed formats on the show, he's always said, I'm not getting rid of Spaced Out Radio because our audience in the Arizona desert loves it. And that signal bleeds into Phoenix. It bleeds into an area that has, the potential of 2-3 million people listening to us on a nightly basis. Are we getting that? I don't know. I'd have to talk to Len about that, but I know we're very popular there. You look at Ryan O'Neill at 99 The Key in Georgia, in Noonan, Georgia. And he was our first radio station, took a chance on us. And he has literally had other shows approach him saying, hey, man, let us broadcast it. He's like, no, I got SOR.
Yeah.
They're fantastic. I think of KZAX in Bellingham, where, it's a smaller radio station, but they love us there. Their audience loves us there. And then, of course, one of our biggest scores, thank you to Terry Hall for lining this up, but to meet up with Charlie from the X in Vernal, Utah. I mean, being right next door and broadcasting this show on a nightly basis into the Uinta Basin, right beside Skinwalker Ranch. I mean, what a thrill. That's the market you want. These are people who are seeing weird, strange things and absolutely love and adore the fact that we are there. And so we are spreading out. The wings are spreading, and there seems to be more talk about this type of conversation, and not many people know how to have this conversation, Lee. It's a difficult conversation to have if you don't have knowledge.
There's many facets to it, Dave. You're covering everything from afterlife to parallel dimensions to Bigfoot, UFOs. I mean, the list goes on, and the amount of people that you can have on your show, it's actually staggering. There are so many people that would actually really love to come on your show, and I talked to one gentleman tonight, and it was fantastic. Our conversation was great. Definitely somebody that you need to bring on. But, like I said, the list goes on, and, the topics are just never ending.
Well, the thing is, too, as these topics become more and more conversational and popular, and I don't know whether we've hit the peak of it yet or not, but as more people are comfortable about having these conversations about the weird and strange, they need to be able to have avenues out there where they feel comfortable. And people are talking about this like they would about the latest football game or hockey game or baseball or basketball game or anything else. And I think that's what really stirs it up for me, is the fact that we can have this conversation about UFOs, about aliens, about near-death experiences or cryptids or ghosts or whatever it may be, just like we're sitting around a campfire having a beer with the buddies and talking about the latest fishing trip.
Exactly. And the amount of people that come in to listen to the shows, and that's the quality of the people too, the quality of the guests, the quality of the people that are engaging with chat right now. I mean, you have an audience that you've built over the last 10 years, and just to see it here, and the reoccurring guests that you have as well. I mean, it really is like a family thing. The people that you bring, like Bob, Science Bob, you bring him on once a month, and it's fantastic. It's always, you guys are always bringing fresh stuff in, pertinent stuff, the stuff that's actually going on today, that's going on yesterday. You're bringing it back in, and you're talking about it, and it's relevant, and it just keeps people interested in the story. It keeps people interested in the subject. The subject right now is blossoming. It is just going gangbusters. People I talked to on Facebook probably didn't believe in this stuff, 2 years ago. And now it's like this mainstream topic. And you are right on the edge of it. You're on the bleeding edge of what's going on out there.
I've often wondered how this show would sound if I didn't have my daytime job. It would be completely different. Not completely. I shouldn't say that. We would probably extend to 4 hours instead of 3. We would probably have not one but 2 guests a night. We'd probably be doing a lot more than what we are doing and or capable of. And add to the fact, even if we kept it a 3-hour show, there would be a lot more interaction, especially on social media. As terrestrial radio continues to get more corporate around North America, which isn't a bad thing, I think it's opened up a lot more markets, and especially recently, it's opened up my eyes to what would be, how can we put it? We're seeing a lot more professionalism go into what we see on YouTube and a lot of the other streaming services. And I think that's what people are starting to crave, is they're starting to crave that in-house interview. Like I would love to be able to fly a person in once a month or once a week or whatever it may be, just to do an in-house interview with them with no time limit. If the show goes 85 minutes, it goes 85 minutes. If it goes 3.5 hours, it goes 3.5 hours.
Yep.
there is still this major love for radio that I have that continues to push. And when you have good people around you, Rob G, yourself, Jackie, Tim, Terry Hall, Kira, who works behind the scenes, Dirty Filth on the booking, Spookles the cat, Cat Crowley. I mean, it is phenomenal.
Can't forget about Blob.
You talk about the recurring guests, whether it's Jackie or Robin Haynes or Varla Ventura or R. Keith Andrews or Science Bob, Geraldine Orozco, Merle. I mean, how do you not mention Merle in all of this? It
Absolutely.
really is a wonderful, wonderful, warm-hearted family, as you say, in order to get there, and it's emotional because you look at it. I've done probably over the term 1,700 shows. I've never really kept count.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, all of our shows in total through the weekends, over 2,000.
Right.
I mean, that's a lot of work and a lot of love that people have put in. And the friendships, though, the opportunities, I remember when I was struggling. Here's one, was we only got about 2.5 minutes. I remember when I was struggling to kind of get our name out there. And Lorian Fenton, she had me as a guest on her show because she did our show. She wasn't really sure, because I'm the new guy, and there wasn't that many shows when I started. I mean, today everybody and their dog has a UFO podcast.
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably increased by at least 1,000% on the amount of content that is out there now.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think it was about year 2 or 3, Lorian had me, maybe year 4. Lorian had me on her show because she didn't know that I was an experiencer. But she thought, hey, here's this Canadian journalist who is talking about these subjects. He sounds really good. I want to have him on. And then I told her my story. Next thing I know, I'm invited to speak at her UFO con in San Francisco. And I had met Grant Cameron before. I had met Grant, or I'd talked to Grant a couple of times, but I never knew what he really thought about me or something along those lines,
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I gave my speech at UFO Con. And I'm not saying this to sound like I'm bragging, but I got a standing ovation. Like, it was a jam-packed house, and I got a standing ovation. And the first person to come up to me, and I watched him specifically because I was watching him, was Grant Cameron. And he beelined it from his seat. He was about 8 rows back on my left-hand side, and he was sitting right in the middle. And I watched him cut through the aisle and beeline it down to the stage where I was speaking, and came right up to me. And I went, oh my God, my UFO hero now knows who I am. And as soon as I got done in there, I went and found a quiet place, and I was actually, really emotional about it. Like, wasn't crying or anything, but it was just a very emotional moment. And we've had a few of those on the air over the years. But I'm still not sick of talking about these topics.
You can't be. So much to learn, Dave. There's so much to learn and to share.
Absolutely.
It's amazing.
Absolutely. And you know what? Next half hour, because we're going to commercial break here, I'll let you ask me anything that's Lee Strauss here on Spaced Out Radio. We'll be right back.
This is Spaced Out Radio and your host, Dave Scott.
Well, Dave, it's almost like a second happy birthday today, isn't it?
I don't know if I would ever, if I were to restart this, I don't know if I would.
Well, think about all the people that you've helped out there through other people's experiences. I mean, the good that you've done, man. Bringing on other experiencers. Going through an alien abduction is a crazy, as you well know, a crazy jolt in someone's life. And bringing other experiencers on helps those that have been through it.
I think the most powerful story I ever had, and I don't know if he still listens. I never mention his name because he asked me not to. But I had this listener, and my show was maybe a year old at this time. And he was actually getting ready to... What's wrong with my mic?
No, I can hear you fine.
Oh, there's little Timmy James. What the hell is he doing here?
He's coming in to join us.
Oh,
What's happening?
I don't know. I'll be hunting in 8.5 hours. Are you?
We'll see. What are you doing?
Anyways, this gentleman, he big tough guy. Okay. Big tough guy. Literally a prison guard in a maximum security prison filled with the worst of the worst in Missouri. And out of the blue, Dirty Filth is here too. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And out of the blue, he started getting abducted by alien greys to the point where it was happening a few times a week, and he wasn't sleeping. He was getting so scared, and he actually started, how can I put this? He had had enough. Let's just say that. He had had enough and was ready to end it all. And somehow he found my show, and I was talking about my own ET experiences that night. And he listened every night. I saw him in the chat room. He listened every night and would not even say hello in the chat room. And then one day he reached out to me via email and told me his story and said, "Do you mind calling me?" And I called him.
Yeah.
And he told me the story. And it was absolutely flabbergasting what this big tough guy was going through. I mean, these are guys, they got to be on guard every time. And he's like, "Dave, I can't be protected. They're just always around." And it was scared the hell out of him. Right. Yeah. So that was, I mean, being able, and he explained that what we were doing, talking on the show, was very helpful to him. You know, one of my favorite stories is Joe Monk in the chat room. He couldn't stand me at first. Couldn't stand me. And then I figured, you know what? I was more into my intuition and intuitiveness at that time. This is a true story. Joe can actually comment on this in the chat room. I figured, okay, I'm going to show this guy. I don't know where he lives. I knew it was somewhere in California. I said, "Joe, I want you to take your camera and I want you to go to about 3:30 from where you're sitting right now, and I want you to take a picture." He takes a picture, and there are 3 sets at different heights of luminous red eyes, reddish orange eyes, staring at him. And when you hear Joe explain how the trees were set up there, you could tell it wasn't an owl, it wasn't a raccoon or anything like that. And ever since then, Joe has been an absolute loyalist to what we do. You know?
Yeah, that's special.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. We're going to come back. Oh, my. Hurry up. Here we go. Here we go with the last half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. We're just going to continue the party here. Why are we partying? We're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Lee Strauss is here. Tim James has joined us. And even though you can't see him, our resident cartoonist, we call him Dirty Filth around here. He should be a hand model. He really should. If you ever see him on YouTube, he should be a hand model. He's here drawing cartoons. We're just kind of going over reminiscing about Spaced Out Radio tonight. If you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives on YouTube or any major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. Before we go, guys, I want to say a big thank you to a number of people. And this is just off the top of my head. So if I miss anybody, I do apologize. But I do want to say a big thank you to a certain few people out there who are just very important to the backstory of SOR and helping us grow, helping us gain knowledge and smarts and ability. And this is in no particular order, but I want to start off by saying a big thank you to my hero and mentor, Grant Cameron, in this field. To me, he's the best ufologist out there, and he has never ignored me. As popular as he is in the UFO world, and as much as he has gone through behind the scenes, he still takes my call or text message, keeps me on his email. When he's stirring things up, he lets me know. That leads me to number 2 on this list, Nicole Sakic, who is one of my best friends in the world. And the thing that upsets me about Nicole is she lives in Illinois. I'm in British Columbia, and I wish we lived closer because she is somebody who is like my sister. We have a lot of fun. We laugh a lot. We talk a lot about serious UFO stuff, but I don't think there is many other people who have their pulse on what's going on in the UFO world as much as Nicole. Courtney Marcassani would be another one, former UFO reporter. She has been fantastic. I look at Ronald Murphy, the crypto guru, Jessica Jones, the cryptid huntress, Brian Bowden, 3 incredible people who have really held my hand. Science Bob, of course, who has been great. Ben and Joe from UFO Garage. You know, they're kind of in and 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the UFO world now, but 2 of the funniest people I've ever met. You know, Geraldine Orozco, Melinda Leslie, Lorian Fenton, Misha Johnson, just to name a few right there who are so important. Varla Ventura, R. Keith Andrews, so many people who have helped deliver this incredibly fun message that we do. And, you know, even to the critics of this show who say, show us the proof, or all you do is tell stories, you're not asking tough questions. This is late night radio, man. I've never considered myself a podcaster or a YouTuber. I consider myself an old school radio guy. And I think it's unique, especially in today's day and age. It's unique. And I just want to, say that we're going to continue with that focus because I love radio. I love being able to be here for our listeners every night. The majority of listeners will never reach out, and I'm okay with that. But they do need to know how much I hear them, if that makes sense. I hear them and I feel them. Timmy, what brings you in?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you something here, and I want you to throw it up on the screen.
That's not good for radio, man.
It will be. Trust me.
It will be.
All right,
it's coming. Should be there.
I don't see squat. I don't see squat. Sweet Robbie G. Why isn't he in here?
You should be.
Where did you send it there, Tim?
Right to you, to this. Oh, there we go. There we go.
I'm not seeing anything.
There.
What is this?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we celebrate a milestone in broadcasting history, Spaced Out Radio's 10th anniversary. Did someone say we had beer?
You're simply the best. You're better than all the rest. Better than anyone I've ever met.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Dave, they tell me that you have now achieved that remarkable milestone of 10 years of operating Spaced Out Radio. And having been with you on a couple of your episodes, I gotta say you've established a really fine thing. But remember, I was there at the very beginning, long before Spaced Out Radio, when it was Spaced Out BCIT. And have always been an admirer of your career and all of the different things you've done in radio, and then moving on into this new medium, I guess you can call it. And you've got a lot of loyal listeners who think the world of all the different things that you're bringing to them. So congratulations on that, my man. And I hope the celebration goes on really, really well for you and yours.
Merle's been called upon for a special wish. Almost like a cameo, but this one's free for you, Dave. Happy 10-year anniversary to Spaced Out Radio. The champ has been with you for 9.5. Let's do this for another 9.5 to 50 more years of dominating the paranormal radio community with top-tier guests and even top-tier amazing, and Merle means amazing, Spaced Out Radio fans. Anyhow, happy anniversary again, Dave, and we'll see you in Vegas in May. You know, it's going to be 10 years of Spaced Out Radio in Vegas. That's a fun time. Who's coming? Y'all better be there. Merle will be.
Hey Dave, congratulations in these amazing 10 years of the Spaced Out Radio program. I'm here with my boy because he's part of the family too. He listens with me every day. And I wanted to tell you thank you so much for all the time you spent with us together, your amazing guests, and the support you give to all our beautiful community. So we wish you another 10 more and more and more years of only the best. We send you a huge hug from Jerusalem, and we are right beside you. So congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dave.
See you.
Hey Dave, happy 10th anniversary for Soar. So appreciate everything that you do, your sense of humour, your interview skills, great hosts, guests, and of course the Soar fam in the chat. Hey, to another 10 years, Dave. Thank you so much for making it all happen.
Beloved brother Dave, thank you so much for everything that you're doing on this platform. You have worked so hard, and 10 years strong, you are still putting out such incredible content. Thank you so much for your commitment, for your light, and listening to that intuition to make it happen. Every day we grow and we learn so much from you, and it is just such a huge service to humanity. So thank you. May this be the beginning of major change and even more expansion for you. Much love. Congratulations.
Happy anniversary, Spaced Out Radio. What an accomplishment. 10 years. I want to thank you personally, Dave Scott, for giving the little guy a chance. Being on Spaced Out Radio was one of the first shows I did, and I love that you do that. You give the little guys a voice, and I appreciate that. And boy, have you seen changes through the last 6 or so years, and sometimes it's hard riding that wave, but you've stuck it out, and Spaced Out Radio, you own the night. So congratulations and happy anniversary.
Well, you got to excuse the appearance here. I'm out in the cold, but 10 years is 10 years. So, Dave, you're the man, dude. Without you, our mysteries would go unanswered. And even if we do get the answers to the mysteries, we're still going to need you around. So, congratulations, man, on 10 years. We all love you, and we need you here. So, Dave, 10 years, man. Congrats. Love you, bro.
Woohoo, fellow space travelers. I'm so happy I can make this video here tonight. I'm just back from Seoul, and I hear there's a surprise for Dave Scott because it's Spaced Out Radio's 10-year anniversary. So I'll try to make this as brief as I can, but bear with me. I first joined Spaced Out Radio for the Friday night panel discussions. And then shortly after, I filled in for a few shows like The Mad Scientist when he took a vacation, or I started covering for guests that maybe needed to drop out at the last minute. And then shortly after that, Dave and I had become pretty fast friends. And it was Dave and coming on Spaced Out Radio that when the opportunity arose to work with our friend Grant Cameron, Dave, you told me I had to, and I knew I did. And my life has forever been changed because you decided to own the night. So I wanted to take the time and say to my friend and all the space travelers out there, happy 10th anniversary Spaced Out Radio. And may you have 10 more. Because remember, my friends, we own the night. Happy anniversary.
Hi, Dave. Congratulations on 10 years. I just have to say that I remember when we first met in a group, and we had a rocky start initially. I know that you were probably very dubious about me at first, but we eventually, over time, became fast friends. And I became part of the SOR community doing the news. And I have to tell you, it was one of the most fast-paced and exciting times in the last couple of years, being involved with the SOR and bringing the news. And You do a great job, and I'm just so happy that you have been able to take your programming to 10 years, and here's to 10 more and beyond. You do a great job, and everybody loves you, and you're just a wonderful person, and I'm glad to have you and now call you a friend in my life. Congratulations.
This is your favorite Science Bob. I like my beard. And I just wanted to tell you happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dave. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Don't get in too much trouble on your birthday, but drink one for me.
Congratulations on 10 years of Spaced Out Radio, Dave. It's a pleasure knowing you, and Blob is happy.
Congratulations on 10 years at Space Out Radio. Oh my gosh, I am a huge fan, Dave Scott. I'm so excited for you, and I really appreciate you taking me under your wing and allowing me to have a show at Space Out Radio for the past couple of years. What an honor, and I am super excited. I know Space Out Radio has a brilliant future, and I am so blessed to have been able to be a part of Spaced Out Radio for as long as I have been. So congratulations to everybody. And here is to 10 more and beyond. All right. Love you, Dave Scott. And I'm super proud of you.
Hey, Dave. Just wanted to wish you happy 10 years of Spaced Out Radio. And here's to another 100 years or more. Take care. And again, happy anniversary.
Hey Dave, Steve Stockton here with you. Just wanted to congratulate you on 10 years of SOR, Spaced Out Radio. Nothing else like it. Here's to the next 10. Salute, brother. Happy holidays. I'll see you a little further on down the trail.
Hello, Spaced Out Radio peeps and Dave. Just wanted to wish you guys a happy 10th anniversary of Woo. I'm Tim Mothman. This is my goatee. This is Christine Lynn, as many of you know from chat.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. And we've also got Gabe. We got Brandon. We got Caitlin. And I just want to say that I'm very grateful to Spaced Out Radio for building this community together. And if it weren't for you, Dave, I wouldn't even be here with these wonderful people. So much gratitude and many thanks. And have a happy and blessed holiday season to all you Spaced Out Woo peeps.
Enough said, right? So where do I start? Let's see. When was it? Maybe somewhere about this time last year, early 2024, this amazing guy named Dave Scott came into my world. That's you. I just want to wish you a major happy anniversary on this 10-year magical ride. And I am beyond happy to be part of it. I love SOR. I love being part of this team. These guys love it too. So I cannot wait until we can all get together and celebrate and have an amazing time in Vegas in May. But I just want you to know I absolutely love you. I adore you. You mean the world to me. And I absolutely love the fact that you have invited me into your world and we have become such great friends. I love you. Happy anniversary.
Hey there. This is Mr. Straussenheimer. Mr. Extra Small to you. Yeah, it's early frickin' morning here. Way early. Too early. Anyway, I just got the word the other day. It's going to be SOR's official birthday. And I wanted to congratulate you. No, I'm not stoned. I don't do that shit. But you know how it is, Dave, when you only get about 3 to 4 hours of sleep and then you're up to crack ass of dawn. Anyway, just wanted to say, hey, happy birthday to SOR, and I am extremely proud to be part of the crew. Rock on, man. I'm going back to sleep.
Hi, this is Psychic Medium Ane, and I'm here to say, Dave, congratulations on 10 years with Spaced Out Radio, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of it. Happy anniversary, Dave.
Hey, buddy.
You are a jerk.
Yeah, well, I have to pause it here because I'm saving the best till last. You're going to have to sign off, and you're going to watch us, and everybody else in the chat room is going to have to stick around and check it out, okay? So you'll have to do your normal thing, and we'll carry on after the show.
Oh, man. I am, for our radio audience, this was totally unexpected. And I don't even know where to even start to say the thank yous on that, Tim and Lee and Rob and Dirty Filth. What a surprise. Our radio audience can't really see it, but I've literally been bawling my eyes out here. The fire department's even getting going here. Guys, that was beautiful.
There's more. There's more to come.
Oh, man. Well, you know what? Our radio audience will have to go to our YouTube channel to watch the rest. It will be up right after the show. And wow, 10 years. 10 years of awesomeness. And this just absolutely fires me up for another 10, man. Fires me up for another 10. I mean, what else am I going to do? Work? Oh, let's play on the radio, man. Let's play on the radio. What a beautiful tribute so far, and we'll continue that momentarily. As we say hello to the music master himself, Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal, rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, Elgin, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, Space Travelers Club, and on X, hashtag Spaced Out Radio. I know you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us. Because together, my friends, don't make a mistake. We're watching. Leo the Night, Mr. Bumblefoot. We need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Blue Train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night, everybody. Thank you for 10 years. We'll be back again the next day. Are you saying there's more?
Yes, sir.
Oh, dude.
Did you put it in the green room?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, cool.
Good evening, Spaced Out Radio listeners and fans from across the globe. Tonight, I have the distinct honor and privilege of celebrating an incredible milestone for someone who has not only been a pioneer in the field of paranormal radio, but a mentor, a leader, and an inspiration to so many of us. Dave Scott. 10 years ago,
Dave embarked on an extraordinary journey founding Spaced Out Radio with the vision of creating a platform for the unexplained, the mysterious, and the extraordinary. Over the years, he has fearlessly explored the unknown, asking the questions most wouldn't dare, engaging with a community of open-minded truth seekers. Dave, as someone who's had the privilege of working under your leadership as a weekend host, I have to say this. Your passion is contagious. Your dedication is unparalleled. And your ability to connect with people both on and off the air is nothing short of remarkable. You built more than just a radio show, sir. You built a movement, a family, and a home for those of us who dare to look beyond the stars. On a personal level, though, I want to thank you, Dave, for believing in me and encouraging me to bring my voice and my experiences to this incredible platform. Your trust and guidance have meant the world to me, and I'm truly honored to be part of the legacy that you created. So here's to you, Dave Scott, and to 10 years of Spaced Out Radio. May the next decade be even more groundbreaking, more thought-provoking, and more inspiring. Congratulations, my friend. You have earned it. And being the caring and giving person that you are, we happen to be in the season of giving here in the United States, Thanksgiving. And just thinking of Thanksgiving, the cornbread, the dressing, the turkey, the ham, the yams. I'm just getting hungry thinking about it. So you know what? It is dinner time right now. I think I'll know what I'll do. I'll be right back. Speaking of getting hungry, I think it's about time that we had breakfast for dinner. Right over there. Pancake sounds about right. Breakfast for dinner. Good. Happy 10th anniversary, Dave Scott. Spaced Out Radio, the only place where you can own the night.
And there you go.
Oh, man. It was perfect until Rob G ruined it with the breakfast for dinner bullshit right there.
No, that was awesome.
Oh, man.
Before we get anywhere with this, okay, first of all, I got to thank everybody for jumping in on this pig. Wow. She was a grease pig. Lee was trying to figure it out. Rob sent me links where, and everybody that contributed and helped out behind the scenes, thank you so much, because I was like, oh my gosh, I got to figure this out. So the one huge thing, and I'm going to put out an apology right now to our Keith Andrews. Him and I sat tonight and had a great conversation. He filmed the video. I filmed it and everything. Everything went great. I put it in. He was so stoked. It was a super heartfelt message. I feel terrible. And as soon as I produced it, put it out, the audio track completely disappeared. So my apologies, but our Keith was supposed to be in there hardcore.
Oh, man. That's okay. I love Keith. I love Keith so much, man.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know how you guys did this and kept it a secret for me, because usually I go all around SOR.
Just like the government keeps the UFO secret, Dave. Just the same way.
We know how they work.
Wow.
Yeah, no, and we tried to get Grant. Nicole was all over it. I was sending him messages, and apparently she said he's in a Facebook war or an email war with somebody. Yeah. So he's center focus. So we did try to get Grant as well.
I don't get shocked very often. This shocked me.
Nice. Nice.
Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, man, thank you. Thank you guys for putting this together. And, I've had a lot of people, and I've taken a lot of heat over the years from, people coming and going, and You know, some people leave for the right reasons because they want to try their own thing, or some people leave for the wrong reasons, and you kind of get thrown under the bus. And I've always tried to take the high road with everything. But I honestly got to say, if I look back on everybody who is involved with our team, this is the best crew I've ever had working with us at SOR. There's a lot of heart. There's a lot of emotion. If I'm feeling down or somebody else is feeling down, we have people there to pick each other up and remind us of why we do it all and why we're here and why we're loving the way we do things. And we don't do things the way everybody else does, but I'm just at such a loss for words, and I'm so full of gratitude to our audience and the people on our team, like you guys here, and Jackie and Kira and Terry Hall, who is like, I'll just say it, he's my 3 a.m. motherfucker, man. Everybody's got to have a 3 a.m. motherfucker, and Terry is mine.
Yeah,
and
for sure. You have, well, I shouldn't say you have. I can imagine you have absolutely no idea once I put this out and we started spreading this about through. If we would have taken, and I apologize to everybody that I didn't get on, but if we would have taken everybody that volunteered, like, first of all, the chat room would have probably had about 4,000 people in it tonight, right? It was overwhelming. It was overwhelming. Like, I could not believe the amount of people that were like, can you do video for me? I was like, so I would have loved to have, but I just had so much time and space, guys. So, but yeah, it was awesome. It was great response from everybody, and everybody pitched in, and everybody wanted to help, and it was, a huge team effort. No question.
Well, Tim, this gets you off the hook for not buying me Tim Hortons the other morning.
And it also, that's why I was so bagged last night. I lost track of time. I was doing this and editing, and I was like, oh my gosh, I got the UFO report to do. It's been a fun week.
Let me tell you something here, guys. Before we go any further, this gentleman right here, right there,
Robbie G,
this guy right here is, there are no words to describe this man right here. No words. When you look up the words team player, there should be a picture of Rob G right there. There really should. I mean, he is a wonderful human being. He is a brilliant host. And he is a sponge for understanding. I've never had a weekend host, and I've had some good ones, but I've never had a weekend host who captivated me, who I looked at and I thought, I got it. Finally, after all this time, I got it. And that man right there, Robbie G, there's no words. He is a student of the game. He's a student of the phenomena. He is somebody who isn't afraid to kick my ass when my ass needs kicking. But he's also a big shoulder to cry on as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a lot of good laughs. And I don't understand how, the way my brain works, I don't understand how he never gets too high, never gets too low. I've never understood people like that, but that's the dude he is. And that's what makes him awesome. That's what makes him awesome. And when you have a tandem like that, and then you throw in, when Jessica Jones was with us, now Lee and Jackie being a part of it, and doing Element 115, and that's a team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I may have started this thing on a pipe dream, But you need good people around you to be successful. And everything, I remember a few months ago, going back 8, 9, 10 months ago, Terry and myself and Rob had a conversation. And we were like, what do we need, man? Let's manifest what we need. And Lee and Jackie came around. Tim, you came around. Dirty Filth comes around when Blob comes around. Blob came around, even though Dirty's been here a while. But just everybody just kind of, it started falling into place. And all of a sudden, this nightly rotation of monotony turned into all of a sudden this rotation of being able to get excited. Mm-hmm. And the one thing I will say this about Rob, I've never really been able to have a night off. And now I get that. If I wanted to take a night off, I know the radio stations are taken care of. I know that the audience is taken care of. I know the guests are being taken care of because it's all pro. It's all pro. And who would have thought?
Thank you very much, Dave Scott. I appreciate those kind words. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yep.
But you're an awesome guy, man. I told you, wear your heart on your sleeve. You're a person that cares for people. I'm the same way, and I like people like that within my circle. You're an all-time broadcaster. I sit back and watch all these shows Monday through Friday and kind of just admire your style. I'm happy to be a part of the brand and be able to do what I can to kind of take us to those new heights. Lee and Jack, same thing. Tim, we talk as well. I've just always got love for Tim's elevation and where his eyes are set in this, and I can appreciate it. And of course, Dirty Phil, the guy right up there, drawing us out each and every night with just awesome visuals, to kind of go along with the stories and the things that are being done here. SOR is kicking butt. 10 years in, 10 years to go, 10 more years of just awesome content, man. So just kind of wanted to say that real quick. I know you're coming on with me tomorrow, Dave Scott. Dave Scott is going to show up at the after hours, hour 3. So make sure you guys are there for that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, Robbie. I'm looking forward to that. So thank you. You're one of the best. You really are. Look at that chin hair. That's fucking gorgeous.
It's good stuff.
That chin hair, man. I got to tug that chin hair in Reno. Yeah, I did it. I did it.
Tugger.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. No, it like I say, there was a lot of people that jumped in on this, and yeah, it was most certainly a group effort. Merle was instrumental in helping me get a couple people in too. So it was, yeah, really good. And again, as still the rookie in the group, until you get somebody below me, thanks for doing everything you've done for me and dragging me along and giving me the confidence, because oh my God. And I do appreciate it, and I wish you 1,000 more years of this, no question.
Well, you're coming along for the ride, so.
Oh, all right.
Was this your idea, Tim, by the way?
What's that?
Was this whole video thing your idea?
Kind of, yeah.
Well, sir, everybody needs to congratulate you too, because it was freaking awesome. It turned out spectacular.
Yeah. Well, it was the subject matter that involved themselves. It was a team effort, man. Everybody put into it, and I appreciate it. And when I got Rob's video the other night, he fired it over to me, and I was like, "Oh yeah, baby, this one's a closer." If this doesn't send Dave over the edge, nothing's going to send Dave over the edge. It just won't send me over the edge when I was sitting watching. I was like, "Oh damn, he's fucking on it."
Yeah.
We got to get Merle on here. Merle, you gonna come join us? I'll send you the link.
Join the party, buddy.
He's probably like, I'm brushing my hair. I must brush it 1,000 times per side.
Oh, that's funny.
Hold on. Let me see if we can get this to Merle. Nicole, if you want to come on, I'll send you the link too.
It's party time.
But I may go get a beer. I may go get a beer.
There you go.
Definitely.
Get her done.
Get it, kokanee.
I actually took tomorrow off too.
I know you did.
Yeah. I took tomorrow off so that way I didn't have to well, tomorrow's final day of hunting. That's the reason why I took it off. But
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see if Merle shows up.
I said I thought I'm pretty sure he said he was going to try to stay up and watch it. So
yeah. Wow, 10 years.
Yeah.
I remember my first show. I did. We were only a 2-hour show then. And Alfred Lambermont Weber was my first guest. And 3 minutes before showtime, he tells me he can only do 1 hour.
Oof. Damn.
And the other guy who helped me put it together, a guy by the name of Johnny Enoch, back when he was cool. He filled in the next hour.
Wayne's goatee rocks.
What's that? What was that?
I don't know. That was like, hey, Wayne's goatee rocks.
Who said that?
Dirty Filth.
Have no idea.
Burl.
Yo, what up?
What's
Dave,
it like at this time?
I'm awake, Dave, and you know why I am. And I must really like you to take a step away from that. That's all I'm gonna say. You know exactly what I'm saying, Dave. Anyhow, Merle's here, and I don't know why I'm talking in third person.
I think this is
That
where,
was just for the
I
video.
start to cheer USA.
Fair.
Uh-huh.
That was a good Tim. Wicked. That was wicked.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, everybody putting in was what made it, man. Because those are the people. Well, not all of them, of course, but yeah, it was like nice. I like the belt drooped over your arm though. That was awesome.
I don't know why I did that. I think it's because Dave made me have wrestling names last show. So.
That's right. I forgot about that. No, that was great.
I'll have a few more late congratulation videos for you, Dave, that I'll send to Tim. One from Dave Schrader said he was going to try and do one. So was Brandon Alves.
Oh, cool. I love
that.
those.
Yeah, and I've got a couple too that didn't make it into the reel, but they were they're just as important. That's for sure.
Man, I almost feel special here.
You are special.
Knew nothing about this.
No, it was so good because Lee was at the time. Now we can unveil a whole bunch of the secret behind the curtain. Lee was like, I was like, dude, I can't just magically appear on the show. And he's going, and then Rob goes, or I think it was Filth that said to me, he says, well, I have magic powers. I can pop on anytime I want. And I'm like, how come everybody else got magic powers? I don't got magic powers. So Rob gave me magic powers.
I'm glad he did. I'm glad he did. Oh man, I'm blown away right now. I'm still stunned.
Good.
Still stunned.
Marijuana is man.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Dirty Filth.
I'm editing here as we go.
That's what it was. Was marijuana.
Dave, I think I remember my first show with you, like 9.75 or 9.5 years ago. It was a May. I know that. And it was terrible. Well, I was terrible.
Merle was the king of one-word answers.
Oh, perfect.
So Merle, is the place haunted? Yep.
Very Canadian.
Yes, we are. What was funny because I went. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead, Tim.
No, I was going back because it was brainstorming. I went back into some of the old archives, which are free, as a matter of fact. If anybody's still out there listening, you can go check them out. I went back to some of the. It was like, what the heck? It has changed so much, and I like. It was your first time on YouTube, and camera's way up here, and hey, because I don't know what I'm doing. I was like, oh, if I could just steal that clip, but I kept trying to, but you didn't give that break. I was like, no, can't edit it. Can't edit it. It'll just sound terrible. But yeah, it was funny. I was like, nice hat. Beautiful hair, by the way, back then.
Yes. Beautiful hair.
So are we all going to Vegas or what?
Joe Monk, just got your message. Love you too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just happy to be here with y'all. It's awesome.
Man. You know, I remember when I asked Merle one day, I forget how we got on the conversation, but I asked him what his middle name was. Oh, because his Instagram was like Triple M. There, and if you live in British Columbia, you know that anything triple is usually from a restaurant called White Spot. Triple O Burger. So I'm like, what do you know, what's the Triple M? And he goes, well, it's my initials. It's Michael Merle Morin. And I'm like, your middle name is Merle? He's like, yeah. I'm like, that is so badass. I said, screw it. I'm calling you Merle from now on. And he was like, no, Dave. I'm like, yes. I said, it's stuck now. And man, a lot of people in the paranormal world calling you Merle now.
I did a podcast interview earlier today, and they were like, do I call you Mike or do I call you Merle? And I'm like, every time I'll say, I don't know, ask Dave.
But I'll tell you the reason why I did it. And not that I'm a marketing genius. I'm far from it. But how many mics do you know?
Everyone knows about 12.
Mm-hmm. Got a Sunday.
Everybody knows a minimum of at least 17 in this field. How many Merles do you know? One.
Here we are.
One. And you look at it, everybody knows who Merle is. And I told you that would happen, Merle. Told you.
Still funny.
Badass. Merle is badass. But I got to tell you, I know I'm giving a lot of love and shout outs tonight, but this gentleman here, right here, Merle, is he's been with me through the good. He's been with me through the bad, and some of the hardest times of my life. He has been my confidant, and literally, you know, one of the greatest people who has ever entered my life, and it goes way beyond SOR, people, way beyond, and you know. He is, we've had some incredible experiences together in the field, out of the field. And even though he, you know, heads north and drives right by me and never invites me to his haunted locations, I'm okay with that.
I invited you for lunch. You weren't busy. I'm the victim.
No, but seriously, if anybody ever gets a chance to meet Merle, he is literally one of the greatest dudes ever.
I'll have to second that, by the way.
I loved meeting Rob G and Lee in Reno. That just, y'all are so cool.
Yeah, you're one of the most down-to-earth guys I've met in this field. You've got a big heart, and you can feel it when, you know, we're around you. I mean, you exude that. And it's amazing. It's awesome.
And I hope to see y'all in Vegas.
You will see me.
You will. And I'll add to that, it was Insta friends. Marv is just one of those, Merle is one of those guys that you just become friends with automatically. Just a real good spirited person. And the energies, when you feel a person's energy is great.
Yeah, likewise, guys. It was awesome.
I accidentally booted Tim trying to get into. Tim, come back. It was my fault. I was trying to close that window. and I accidentally booted him. How terrible is that? Well, he deserves it for screwing me at Tim Hortons the other day.
That and he tricked you into watching the video.
Hold on. Hold on. He just texted me. My mistake. Get your ass back.
I think I was literally on the phone to you when you were talking to Tim through the drive-through as well.
You were on the phone. And he was right in front of me in the drive-through and he didn't even buy it. I'm like,
and I knew the secret all along. Look at the secret we held off.
Oh, man. Man. Look at Fap here. Call me crazy, man. I don't want to know what's in Merle's basement.
Pictures of dead people.
Pretty much.
Actually, Dave, I have a ghost story for you. So you know how there's usually a photo up here, right? I was helping somebody with some ghostly activities, and I think I brought it home because I was putting my ghost gear away, and something. I wish I had it filmed because it's going to sound like a fishing story. But something launched off my wall, and the frame like exploded. Wow. And I have to buy a new frame. So, nature of the beast, I guess.
Oh man, that's scary. Scary.
Don't you, before you go into a location, don't you do Archangel Michael's prayer and then once you back out?
No.
Same? No?
It depends. If I'm trying to go in for research purposes, I keep myself a little vulnerable, so I can get the research. But when I leave, I usually will smudge or do what I need to do to leave what's there. But clearly, this one got below the radar.
Yeah.
Oh man. This has been exciting. I'm still quite overwhelmed. Right now.
Good. That was the best Hallmark card you ever got.
Tell me about it.
And it's Hallmark season. That was good.
Right. Merle knows.
Oh, I was just slamming Nate Rudd and his son Corey because Corey Rudd, Bigfoot hunter out of Spokane, he loves the Hallmark Channel. Oh, look who it is! There she is, the princess.
We own the night.
Nicole Sackich. Mwah.
I feel like we're on the Brady Bunch right now. We need 2 more.
Yeah. You get to be Alice. Cool.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Hey. I'm hanging out. What are you guys doing? Happy anniversary. Great job, Tim. Good job.
Thank you.
I can't believe nobody told Dave.
Oh, Dave.
Lee and I were talking about that all day today. It was like, I want to tell everybody, but if we tell everybody, then oh my gosh, right?
It's going to get back.
Yep. Something's going to leak.
Yep. There's no leaking.
Nope.
Oh, the only thing that leaked was my eyes. I that was emotional, man.
Yeah.
That was very emotional.
Good.
That's all good.
You'll have to hold on to that, and keep that.
Oh, we're
in
going to
your
post
archive.
it.
There you go.
Tim, make sure you get that up on our YouTube channel if you don't mind.
Not a problem. And I'll save a copy for you so you can put it in your files or whatever, obviously.
Yeah, that's still. Wow.
Even if you can add in those other ones that are still coming in late too, that would be really cool.
That's a good idea. If everybody out there's listening, timjamessor@gmail.com. Send your videos and I'll pile them all up in there.
His email is Tim James. I'll never buy you breakfast if you're behind me at the Tim Hortons drive-thru at gmail.com.
And we will hear about that in 10 years as well.
Yes, that's right. So Dave's an engineer. We're going to teach him how to build a bridge, get over it, and then
Oh, man, you guys are freaking awesome.
Rob, I have to say your part right there at the end. I sent to Dave. I said, "Oh my FG, you just got breakfast for dinner." Right there at the end.
Good.
That was beautiful.
I thought that was
Thank you.
right there.
Yeah, I had to get you, Dave. You know that. I had to get you, man.
He
Oh,
loves it.
there will be payback, sweet Robbie G. There will be payback.
Yeah, it'll be back and forth then, Dave. That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Yep. Guess who's getting a hockey stick for Christmas? Sweet Robbie G.
Not me. Not me.
Oh, yes, you are. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Great stuff, Tim. Great stuff.
Wow, thanks. I do appreciate it. And I got to apologize there. I wasn't trying to be a hound, but I was like, God, I got to get. And I mean, everybody was really good with the videos. Don't get me wrong, but my brain was going, oh my God, let's go. But just me going into panic mode. No need to panic. Again, Lee a couple of times was like, you got this. It's okay. I'm like, shit.
Awesome.
Yeah, and Merle, I got it. There's a couple of guys. I was like, yeah, hell, yeah, yep. Just tell them to send videos, so that worked out too. Like I say, everybody chipped in some way or another, and it was a huge group effort. And if it wasn't for everybody doing those little pieces and bringing it all together to make it a big piece, I'd still be like, yeah, we're not doing that this week.
I'm sure glad it worked out, and it was great.
Well, it was beautiful because at the top of the hour, Lee gets in and then Dave goes off on his rant and then Lee starts buttering the bread. I'm like, I'm going with Robin and we're texting back and forth. I'm like, oh yeah, look at him go. Dave's getting all into it. Like, this is gonna be killer.
I wasn't even planning on going there. I was literally thinking of what the hell did Nicole send me? Oh, pictures of all of us. Cool. I was literally thinking, what the hell am I going to talk with Lee about tonight? And I was going on some Bigfoot pages and everything and try and get some news. I was so unprepared for it tonight.
I had some stuff lined up, but you know,
10th anniversary, eh? Oh yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah, we slid right into it. Just worked out perfectly.
Well, that's what happens when you lube up from Mel WD-40.
There you go.
You slid right in there, and you didn't even. If it was rigid, that moment would have never happened.
Dave would have been suspect of something. What the heck?
This is the reason why Mel WD-40 lubes us up every night.
That's right.
Perfect example of this right here.
It worked out beautifully.
It did.
Very nice. Very nice. Man.
How long is the total clip, Tim? How long did it go?
I think it was 17 minutes.
I got to hit
17? Okay.
I'm thinking so. I'm just trying not to open it or anything.
Yeah,
Merle, when you come
be
to
nice.
Washington?
Well, I was just in Spokane a month ago.
What?
I know. I'd like to dip down hopefully December, but I'm going to be there in January in Port Townsend.
Oh, what you got going on in Port Townsend?
I got invited to do a ghost hunt at the Palace Hotel.
Oh,
so we'll be filming there. It'll be cool. Well, you're in?
I'm in Tacoma.
Shoot, I can't say it. Oh no, we're not on radio.
We're not on radio.
We want.
I can always see Dave's face when I accidentally slip up. But no, we should. I was gonna say to Dave before he went out, we should have you come up and do some Bigfooty stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to, but it's winter right now, so
yeah, it's too cold.
Yeah, my plan was to come up there before the snow flew, but timing and work and everything didn't quite pan out the way.
Dave and I were talking. We want to get you to Flight 21.
Yeah, I do want to do that. I've got oodles of gear. So
excellent.
Definitely
Yeah,
want to come up there for that.
Yeah, the first time I went out there with Dave, I did what a like this. It's dead quiet. Well, it was for me. It's dead quiet in there. No
Mhm.
pun intended. And but the energy is like here. It's such a contrast. It's so weird to kind of. It's like holy. Yeah, it was, and I went in the day. I mean, I didn't go in there in the nighttime like you guys did, but yeah, it was like wow, everything just seems to whoosh.
Yeah,
Very
I know
cool.
what you're talking about.
Definite
Like that.
high strangeness. There's a lot. I call it a paranormal smorgasbord. Like you got a bit of everything going on.
Fantastic. Fantastic. That's we've got areas all over the country like that seem to be, just these vortexes of energy, and you never know what you're going to encounter in those areas. Everything from, ghosts to missing time to UFOs, Bigfoot, and everything. So they are out there.
Those are big old growth spruce up by that crash too. Like, I mean, they're huge, which adds to it. I think. I mean, because I love that. And well, obviously, you being from the Northwest, Lee, and Pacific Northwest, you get all that rainforest and stuff, but you don't get it. You kind of come through the prairies up this way, and it goes deserty and sagebrushy. Then it gets into that willow and poplar. But I guess, just west of us, it gets really thick. But these things are so huge. It's like, oh my gosh, it's beautiful in there, but just a weird contrast of energy. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I definitely want to make it up.
For sure. And then we're all doing the Vegas thing, eh?
Yeah,
I'm going.
I'll be there for sure.
Nicole,
I'm sure quite a few of us will be there.
I always say I'll try.
10 years.
It takes a lot to drag me to Las Vegas.
Oh, does it?
It does.
I think you're fibbing.
Not at all.
Okay.
I don't gamble. No, I don't gamble.
Oh, neither do I. I don't at all either. I think I played blackjack once about 25 years ago, and I won $250, and I was like, cool. And that was the last. I think I've thrown a quarter in a slot machine, but nothing. I stayed at Caesar's Palace in Windsor, Ontario, and I was more out and about and wandering and checking out and taking pictures than I was in the casino. Everybody was in the casino.
No matter how much money I stick in a slot machine, nothing. Always.
Really?
And
so there it is right there. You've already said it. You've already said nothing.
Yep.
You're
last year, I saw Kira stick in like, it was at $10 or $5. It got like $200.
No
and I'm
way.
like, I quit.
It's the mindset, man. I'm telling you.
Fair. The frugal mindset.
Gotta have that too.
Yep. $5 is like 1,000 Canadian dollars.
Yeah, that's a week's pay up here.
Yeah.
Right.
Not that bad.
No, it's not that bad.
It's like $1.30, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, it tanked this week.
Oh, it did?
It did. Your government is posturing to our government over tariffs.
Oh,
so.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Tariffs.
Yeah. But it'll all work out.
It'll all work out. It always does.
It does. Where did gold go?
Oh, man. I am so flabbergasted right now.
Well, and I know that I can speak for myself, and I'm judging from the here we go, using a Davism, the plethora of messages I got probably around 5 o'clock Pacific our time until just about showtime. Yeah, it was like everybody was excited for you. Everybody.
Oh man, I'm glad you got Tim Mothman in there.
Oh yeah, and his goatee.
Holly and wow,
Kira. Yeah,
Kira was singing away.
And I had to get your old BCIT Dean in there too.
Oh, speaking of Brian, what's fun about that was that over the years, you have no idea. It hasn't been a lot, but it's happened where people never believed that I worked in radio.
I know, right?
Right. And all of a sudden you get Brian on there who's like, well, I was his dean at BCIT, I mean, it's like, I know he worked in radio.
Yeah. Told so.
Oh man.
Well, you definitely have the voice for it. That's for sure.
Face for it too. My God.
He'll be here all week, folks.
Oh man.
So tomorrow night.
I remember the guy named Ben Wilson.
Oh.
When I was working in Vancouver, we would be at we were at a competing radio station that played Coast to Coast AM.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would hear these other people on, Art Bell and George Norrie, and mainly Art was still, God bless him, was still there, alive at the time, and still on Coast to Coast, and we'd be listening to him while we're preparing our newscast and sportscast. We would be listening to Art at night, about all the weird stuff. And I thought, man, what a life to be able to talk about these strange subjects. And I didn't really have any experiences at that point. I mean, I had lived in a haunted house. I worked in a haunted building a few years previous, and I'd seen one UFO. Little did I know that all of this stuff was going to happen. And where it got us, man, it's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible, the community that we all have built, and yeah, I'll take credit for the vision, but you need good people around you. You need good guests. You need good trustworthy people to make it work. If it doesn't, then you're just another voice out there, and I didn't want to be just another voice.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of cool. It's really kind of cool, man. Wow. I'm still overwhelmed.
You're gonna have to watch that again before bedtime.
Yeah, exactly.
I definitely will. And it's that was genuine, man. That was real genuine.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And I'll be selling autograph copies after the show. Please line up to the left of the studio.
There it is, right there.
But I don't even know where that came from.
No,
I just started it one day. It's like I know where the gold, bronze, silver, and bronze started, because a few years ago, this before Race Fan kind of took over and was almost gold medalist every night. About a couple of years before that, there was somebody. It was always a race to see who could get into the chat room first.
Oh yeah.
And hold on, Nicole's messaging me. And I just started with the gold, silver, and bronze thing. And then I don't know how the autographs started. I just started saying it one night, and it just kind of happened. And for some reason, it just kind of took off.
Mm-hmm.
And people were like, hey, how come I never get to sign the autographs? And, I don't know why, but it's just something I do. And so it makes it fun. It's kind of like the password, man.
Yeah.
For people who don't know, the password really means nothing.
You're giving away the secrets, dude.
Well, that's okay. What's the and the password started from a guy named Bill Cardwell, and God bless him. Love Bill. Good Ontario guy. And Bill, every night he would just this is when we had a Facebook chat going. He would put the password is, and he'd make up a password. So I just started one night saying, Bill Cardwell has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. And that's where the password started. And then people would say, I even started saying, what's the password for? Exactly. And then everybody in the chat room, which included Joe Monk, would say, exactly. And it took me a while to get that. When I finally figured it out, I'm like, oh, what an idiot I am, right? And that's just the way it is. So, I mean, what's the password for? Exactly. And believe it or not, this is before everything went woke. I actually had a couple people who got so pissed off that I wouldn't tell them what the password was for. I'm never listening to you again. You're an asshole, right? And I'd be like, I told you what the password is for, right? But
it's a thing. People wait for it.
Yeah.
Yep. And those are happy little mistakes, man. Those are things that people, people will go, and the password isn't it. That's a Dave Scottism, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've been doing that one for what, 6-7 years? The password, as long as I can remember.
Longer. The password's about 8-9 years old.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Now I know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, but I think some of the coolest things, like looking back, some of the coolest things we did was instituting the monthly guests like Merle and Geraldine, and we really tried to mix it up a little bit. And I think that's been a real nice success story of what we do, is those monthly guests, because they're all eclectic in their own way. And but besides that, and I gotta mention 10 years. I have to mention Butch Witkowski. Mm-hmm. God bless him wherever he is right now. I mean, he was amazing. I'll never forget the time he told a story on air about his ex-girlfriend. He kept calling her Godzilla. Oh my God.
Can't relate.
I was dying laughing, and I'm trying really hard not to laugh. And I just started, I was howling, and for people who don't know, who've come in the last couple of years, if you watch right to the end of the show, I actually play a little bit of audio. That's the last words I ever spoke to Butch. And he died, I think, I know it was January 13th. I think it was 2021. Mm. Yeah, 2021. And he was such a cranky son of a bitch. Like when I first started interviewing him, he really intimidated me. He really did. He intimidated me because he was just, he was like one of those people who could just go off at any time. But he loved me. He absolutely loved me. And, when I got that message from Lon Strickler that he had passed away, I felt lost, like I lost a father figure, And that was weird for me because at that time, both my parents were alive, and of course, you all know I lost my mom last year, but I hadn't, in this field, he was a real father figure. I could bounce things off him. Like if I had any, like from the museum, if I had any weird photos, I could send him those photos, and he had all the technology and the equipment to confirm or deny if it was real or not. And I remember when I sent him the famous photo from the barn at the museum with the dude walking upstairs, and like his exact words were, "What the hell is this? What the hell is this? That's a person." I'm like, Butch, there was nobody on the stairs. And he's like, to him, he was so excited. That was, a verifiable photograph. Right. And man, we took a lot of heat over that photograph.
Sure did.
We really did. And that was kind of cool. There really hasn't been a lot of bad moments. I look back on 10 years. There really hasn't been a lot of bad moments. Like, sure, there were times when things went a little sideways, and I think in anything, you have people out there who are narcissistic and demonic, use those terms, who try to, throw you under the bus. But for the most part, I would say 95% of what we've done over the last 10 years has been so positive. So positive.
And to the haters, they hate you because they ain't you.
Oh, yeah. It's if you talk about the haters of it all, they are so far and few between, but the shit they pick on is hilarious at times. It used to really, really upset me. And I think more and more now, I just am like, I don't care. And that started just a few weeks ago. Where, it's bad when you tell your audience you have zero fucks to give anymore. Right? But I had to get to that point for my own mentality.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
field is barren.
Yeah. But I mean, I look at some of the stupid things, from, oh, you don't ask tough questions, or this show sucks, or you never worked in radio, or who's the guy drawing cartoons? He's an idiot, or I've had it all. And most of the time I just give it right back.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one person, they kept on griping and griping about the show, and I was just like, yet you still listen.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for listening. You still listen.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate FU, and you can just smile and give a positive comment back.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Right? It's crazy.
Rob drinking sherry.
It's so awesome, though.
Just a little something.
Look at that beard. That is a fantastic beard.
Strong.
So, Lee, you're going to come to Vegas?
I will be there.
Robbie's coming, I know. Tim, I think's coming.
Yep.
Merle's coming.
Yep.
And I think Jackie's coming. Ane is coming.
Brad
is coming.
I talked to him today, actually, or yesterday. Yep, he's in.
Kira is. I know Kira will be there. She can't say no. She'll be there. Hopefully, she brings Mark, her husband. Her husband, Mark, is phenomenal. I'm hoping Nicole comes. Who else is going to be there? A few other people are going to be there.
Mothman?
Yes.
The Mothman and his goatee will definitely be there.
No?
I know if I mention it to Lorian and Fenton and Melinda Leslie, they'll show up. But that's mainly because they like a good game of Baccarat. Yep.
That'll be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone's face in person again.
Definitely.
Kira, look at Kira. She's like, yeah, I can't say no to you, Dave, when it comes to your party. Oh yeah, but this is the Dave and Merle party, Kira. This
Kira,
is
we
not.
missed you.
Yeah, we love some good Kira time. We do, and I'll tell you, I really hope she brings Mark, her husband. Mark is literally one of the nicest dudes you could ever meet. And you meet those people where the first time you meet them, they're like a brother to you or a sister. That's Mark, her husband.
Nice.
And yeah, and he always has a nice shirt on. He's one of those guys who just has a closet full of nice shirts.
Are they crisp?
Oh, they're totally crisp. I guarantee you they're dry cleaned.
Starched?
Guaranteed starched and dry cleaned for sure.
Classic Mark.
Totally. So, Kira, you're not allowed to come unless you bring Mark. And I know it's tough considering you guys have a business, but if you could swing it, that would be great.
And we're staying at New York, we thought, right? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're thinking New York.
Right in the middle, right in the
We got a
epicenter.
good center bar, too.
And Coyote Ugly's there,
Yeah. But Kira has confirmed, people, the shirts are totally starched and dry cleaned.
Knew it.
My town doesn't even have a dry cleaner. If you want your clothes dry cleaned, you have to go out of town.
You do. It's like all the CEOs and stuff, right? They've got nothing. You're exactly right. They're all either going up north, up into Williams Lake, or when they go into Kamloops.
You know what the big thing in town now, Tim, is apparently? People going into the laundromat on Birch Avenue and stealing clothes.
What?
Stealing the clothes from the washing machine.
Oh my gosh.
Apparently, like 2 weeks ago, 4 people got hit, had all their clothes stolen.
It's a mystery bag.
Oh my God. So how do you walk around town after that with wearing somebody's stolen clothes?
Right?
It's got my name on the coat, dude. Give it back.
Mm-hmm. This is why Sweet Robbie G, like Laverne, has a big R on his shirt now.
Oh
man.
Sewing big patches on now.
Yep. Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say Siri. I said it's going to be fun. Oh, man. There's so many memories.
Nice one, Monk.
I think one of my favorite memories, Dave, was when I'm not going to mention the team or where they're from, but you got so upset at them.
Oh, I actually started drinking beer.
And you just canceled it. And then it was just you and I for the remainder of the hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah. I have only kicked off, I think,
So good.
in the history of this show, I've only kicked off 3 people. 4 people. 4 people. One was this TAPS group that Merle was talking about. This TAPS paranormal group out of Edmonton.
Oh, you went there. Okay.
And the 2 ladies were telling how psychic they were, but they kept on going. Every sentence they had, they kept on using the word, well, we conduct scientific experimentation into the paranormal. And I literally said on the air, if you guys use the word science one more time, I'm literally going to start to drink. And because I had my little mini bar fridge right beside me at that point, and I reached into my mini bar fridge and I started cracking beers right there. And finally, after 2 hours, that was enough. Then there was the guy who he was so bad. He was so, I don't even remember who he was.
Was it the author? Because actually, there's a second one you did with me. We had an author, and he wouldn't tell any stories or go into any details, and he would only say, "Buy my book."
Oh yeah,
that was a long time ago.
There was one guy who was two people who were absolutely shittered on the air. The one guy started off really sober, and then there was another, and then by hour 2, he was dropping F-bombs and everything, and you could tell that he was just hammered, right? So ended up booting him after 2 hours. There was another guy who was so bad that I actually started playing with his microphone pot on my mixer and saying, "Oh, you're cutting out. You're cutting out. I can't hear you. Hey, we must have a real bad connection."
Tell the secrets.
Oh yeah, there was that guy. And then there was somebody who, this guy's pretty famous. I'm not going to mention his name, but he owns a very famous house surrounding the Charles Manson murders.
Oh, yeah.
And you could literally hear him while we're on the air hitting his bong.
Love it.
Rookie.
And yeah, that one wasn't cool. I think those are the only 5 people in 10 years that I kicked off the air. There was one author. This was way in our early days. There was one author who was so offended that I didn't buy his book and read it that about 20 minutes before airtime, he's telling me how this is going to be a shit interview. I don't know what I'm talking about. How could I do an interview if I don't read his book? All this, just insulting me. British guy. Arjun Ardog is his name. And I literally said, you know what? I'm making, since this is my show, I'll make the decision right now. I'm never bringing you on the air. The show is canceled. Don't worry about it. I really don't want to chat with you tonight. No, I'll do the show. No, we're not going to do the show. And I even went dead air that night. I was so mad. I went dead air. And the funny part about it was about 4 years ago, I got an we'll get emails from the publisher, from these publishers who are like, "Hey, would you like to interview my client? They have a new book out, blah, blah, blah." And it was for this guy. So I sent an email, about a 5-paragraph email, explaining about how this dude treated me a few years previous, and how he basically called me unprofessional. And I said, I will never interview him. I will never put him on the air. I said, any other client that you have, I would absolutely love to, if they're in this subject, I would love to put them on the air and go from there. Never heard from that publicist again.
Weird.
You know? Hold on, Dave. Oh, then there was that guy. There was that one guy where I forget his name, but he started yelling at me on my own show. And every time I asked him a question, I asked him before the show, because, there are certain topics we don't talk about. But he kept wanting to go into, or leaning the conversation into adrenochrome, children, and a certain pizza place. Right? So I said, you know that it was proven there was no basement on that in that pizza place. And he flipped out, and I yelled at him back. I said, "You don't yell at me on my show." I said, "This is my show. You don't get to talk to me like that." And then it went dead air for about 2 minutes. I said, "You know what? We're done." I kicked him off the air. So yeah, so that's number 6. Thank you for reminding me about that. That was number 6. Oh, I was mad at that.
For 10 years, it's pretty good odds.
It is very good odds. You know.
How do you finish a show off after something like that, though?
You got to keep going.
Wow.
You have no choice, right? And you know, here's the tough thing. Like, with us being a radio show, thanks, little Marky Spender and little Tara Spender. Love you guys. Hey, Mark, me and G are going out at 10 o'clock or at 8 o'clock in the morning if you want to come. Don't know if you'll feel up to it or not, but if you want, call me in the morning. But yeah, let's get Rambo. Let's go. We need a Rambo day, Mark. You better get out there. I'll pick you up. And don't worry, Tim won't buy his breakfast.
Nope.
But oh fuck, what was I gonna say now? What were we talking about?
About how do you continue a show after you have a situation like
because of our commitment to the radio stations, and this is something that I even taught Rob. You no matter what, you got to do a show. You have to do a show. There is no choice. I mean, even if you're wearing Whitney Houston sunglasses like Rob is right now, right?
$400 Whitney Houston sunglasses.
Those look good on you, buddy. Those look good on you.
And their prescription.
Oh, even better. Even better. But you just have to move forward. Like I remember when I was in radio one time, I was reading about to read a sportscast, and literally, like, no word of a lie. Like, our sportscasts were 2.5 minutes. And it was under 10 seconds before going to air, and our computers crashed in our newsroom. I got nothing to read on because I'm reading off a script on the computer.
Mm-hmm.
And I literally had to do an entire 2.5 minute sportscast. It doesn't sound long, but I had to do an entire 2.5 minute sportscast with no script. Because you can't just say, well, I'm not going to do it. My computer crashed.
Yeah.
Right? You can't do that. You have to go. And thankfully, I had a World Junior Hockey game going on one television screen, and I turned to look at the other television screen because it was right around New Year's, and all the college football bowl games were scrolling.
Perfect.
And I just mentioned the score, and then they stopped scrolling, and then the NFL football scores were coming on, and it was like I'm watching the ticker go by with all these, and I'm able to read them and all this kind of stuff. And it was like, wow, that was hard. That was really hard. I think I ended it like 17 seconds early. But either way. Good night, Kira. We love you. But that was one of the hardest things. And so I ended up, when we went to terrestrial radio with this, I knew that we had to make sure that we always had something there.
Yeah. Yep, that makes sense. It's like my work, you can't say no. You cannot not do it. You got to do it no matter what. So you figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But if I look at the spooky shit that's happened during this show, with the whistling lately, we've caught it twice, whistling on the show. There was the time where I interviewed a guy who had a haunted doll, who believed that the doll had the spawn of the devil in him, in the doll. And he goes, you get a lot of people who make stuff up, right? Hey, like usually things happen to me when I'm on the air doing a podcast. Okay. And literally about 40 minutes in, I see something out of the corner of my eye, and I turn and look, and there is about a 4.5, 5 foot tall, cloaked black figure standing right beside me, like 5 feet away. Right? It was nuts. I'm thinking, okay, he's going to play the hang up game, or it was the ghost that hung up, right?
Classic.
That. And there was that. There was Carl twice. That was kind of cool. There was the time when the sticky note that's in the guitar right there moved. That was kind of cool. So some spooky stuff has happened. Oh, there was another weird time. Yeah, this was weird. I had my studio 45 or 90 degrees the other way. So behind me, I had this Canadian flag hanging up. And there was an orb behind me. And it looked like somebody was behind my window with a flashlight going across the bottom and back, and then up and down. It's somewhere in the archives. And so I actually thought it was my buddy Mark, because I thought he was working late that night. And I actually snuck during one of the breaks. I snuck out of the studio and went outside because it was literally happening while I was getting up, and there wasn't a soul there. And then we've had orbs flying through here, caught on camera.
Yeah.
Like I saw one orb, but within the last year and a half or so, I saw an orb just out of the corner of my eye, like come from here and just take off like right beside me. And I was surprised that not only did I see it, but it actually was caught on the camera too. That was kind of cool.
That is cool.
Neat.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe was there the night. I think both nights Carl was there. Carl the alien, not human Carl. Carl the alien. Right? That was freaky. The second time was freaky. More so than the first. And I saw him on the first. Didn't see him on the second one. But that was weird.
Yeah.
I did an experiment, Dave. I switched mics to see if anyone would notice or call me out. Does it sound a lot different?
No.
Cool.
Where's Cuddles? Where's Cuddles?
Don't worry about it. You want to see?
The beans.
You want to see? No, I'm not going to do that. Merle remains
Don't worry about it.
Merle remains stoic. Yep. That's what I said, Dave. You're lucky I hopped on. So.
Well, that's I would have called you tomorrow for an update.
Fair.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's literally teddy bears out on the couch right now.
I do. Yeah.
Sleeping away, sawing logs.
One every night of the week. You know how it is.
Uh-huh.
I can get away with saying that at 1:13 a.m., so we're good. So.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is that what time it is? Holy crap.
Yeah.
All good, man.
Well, gentlemen, I've had it.
Yep,
too.
I'm done as well.
I'm tapped out.
Tim, Rob, Lee, Merle, honestly, a big thank you. Big thank you
brother.
for everything, guys. Love you all. You know, you guys are amazing. Not only amazing people, but amazing. And I'm a lucky man to call you all friends. And Robbie, we'll see you tomorrow night for hour 3. You get to pull the AMA on SOR for 10 years.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, let's do it.
I want to say a big thank you tonight to all of our super chatters. Cat Chaser, Area 53, Pixie Lara, who made me this beautiful toque. Deborah Rooney times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mel WD40 for the lube chat. We always appreciate the lube around here. Mama Catherine times 2. Lenda, Deanna Ann, Stacy, Egyptian Princess, Mike times 2, Kira, Shelly, Scott, Simon, Ozzy Ange, Noble Patrick, JSCO, Cosmic Joe, and Space. Really appreciate the love, everybody. Robbie G is going to get everything going with year number 11.
Snap.
Year number 11
Yeah.
starts tomorrow night with Sweet Robbie G. You know, that's why he's got the boxing gloves on. That's why he's ready to rock and roll, and it's going to be absolutely wonderful. I'll be there for hour number 3. And the rest of you, Tim, we'll see you at 8 a.m.
You got a picture of me somewhere or what?
No. Enjoy your day, Timmy. Appreciate it.
Too, man.
All right, Lee, Sweets, Merle. Merle, I'll call you in a second.
Copy that.
All right, guys, have a good one. I love you all. I'll see you Monday night when my guest, holy shit, I got to switch over the calendar to December. Hold on. My guest on Monday night will be Cheryl Costa, Spies and UFOs. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll see you then, everybody. Have a great one, and thank you for making this last 10 years some of the best times of my life. See you soon.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.